They have taken you from the Imperial City's prison. First by carriage and now by boat. To the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen.
Wake up. We're here. Why are you shaking? Are you okay? Wake up.
So, is this your first time in Morrowind? Is it your first time playing Morrowind? Is it your first time playing modded Morrowind? I sure hope so, because that's what we're going to kind of explore from that perspective today, okay? So, I have a heavily modded version of this game running, and we're going to use that as kind of a branching off period to explore not what Morrowind was, but we're going to celebrate what Morrowind has become with this. And so I've been thinking about this for a while, and I wanted to kind of do a really deep dive on all the places that we go and the things that we see. And believe it or not, there is the ability to do that. So that's what we're going to get started doing here today. We'll start with the character creation process. I'll kind of give exactly what I'm doing. I'll let you know which mods we're utilizing while we do that. Then we'll use that to craft a real, genuine narrative that I think is going to be a lot of fun. And a good exploration of a lot of good mods, and the absolute abyss, the yawning abyss that is Morrowind lore in the Third Era. So, looking forward to doing that. Master Nathan, I see you're in the chat. Welcome in, buddy. I appreciate you. This should be fun. This should be really, really fun. So, I guess we shall get started. I'll break out the Diet Pepsi, because it's too early to be drinking here. And we'll break out some Pringles, if anybody remembers what the hell those are. And we will get started exploring, as Warlocracy likes to call it, the medium of Morrowind. So we start out, we got a mod here right off the bat. Got a couple of mods I want to mention, which is a character scenario gen that allows you to do more than just start from the beginning. This allows you to, instead of doing the vanilla start, to pick from a whole variety of starts. Now, again, we're approaching this with fresh eyes, so we're going to start vanilla. But what I'm telling you is this mod, by Murlord, allows you to pick different scenarios if that's something you would want. And it's on the Nexus. Most of these are going to be on Nexus. I've also got a class mod called Ahead of the Classes. I've got a birth sign mod called Moonlight and a race mod called Incarnate. And so we're going to be utilizing all of those here today as well in character creation. So that's what so if you're new to Morrowind, the way the game works is each race offers you bonuses in skills, which are going to be very important in the gameplay. But it also gives you different special abilities that can be utilized or can impact your character in a variety of ways. So this mod kind of changes those around a little bit. And so we get Ashen Skin, which is resist fire 75% and resist blight disease 75%. Very relevant. Callous and Cunning, which is fortify maximum magicka 0.3% for every endpoint you have. So think about that as kind of your mana pool. Ancestor Guardian is a special ability that basically increases your ability to dodge and summons a Ghost Helper for 60 seconds, which can be very useful as well. So, given those abilities, we've got a pretty good start here. Now, if you're new to Morrowind, none of this is going to make any sense to you. That's okay. You'll learn by playing. So, pick whichever race you prefer, and just go from there. I'm going to choose Dunmer. It's kind of a Elder Scrolls tradition that most of the time when you're playing a game for the first time, you'll typically, once you discover that you're playing in a homeland, you'll use the race from that homeland. And so we're playing in Morrowind, which is the race of the Dark Elves. So we're going to select a Morrowind character. We're not going to spend too much time. We're just going to get that hair, which I do like that hair. And then we're just going to select a face that goes with the hair. That's kind of always a good way I've found to do hair. Well, if we can get this, yeah. We want to be older. We don't want to be too young, but we don't want to be too old for the character I'm setting up here today. That's too young. That is just right, actually. I like that face. We'll go with that. Now I don't have any face mods beyond what OAAB and Tamriel Rebuilt may add, but we'll just go with that for now. Now, when you do your class, you can pick from a class list, and ahead of the classes, which is one of the class mods I have, expands that radically. Okay? And you can do anything from, like, Shadow Dancer sounds amazing. That sounds really cool. Some of these even come with other skills, which is cool. And all of these classes, if you pick a class, you get the added bonus of getting some equipment and sometimes even getting some spells. But we're going to do something else here, and we're just going to make a custom class, which is what most people do once they get more acclimated with the game. But basically what you want to do, my advice to somebody starting Morrowind for the first time would be to pick a race, look at your skills, and then you want to pick a class that falls in line with that race's skill bonuses, okay? So that's one of the things you want to do here. So we are going to instead make a class, because I've got a very particular thing in mind for this character. So we're going to go back. We're going to go to Create Custom Class. And we are going to call this class, you know what? Adventurer. Adventurer works well enough. But you know what? Let's just take Adventurer. I like the name of that. And it goes with what we're going to basically be doing after what's happened to us. So this is an Adventurer. Going to have Stealth as a specialization. What that does is that basically gives you a plus 10. Gives you a boost in every skill that is in this category. Stealth, magic, combat, stealth. When you pick your specialization, it adds you a boost to all the skills in that class. We're going to be mostly stealth-based. We're going to have a little bit of magic and a little bit of combat as well, but mainly we're going to be stealth. So that helps us for the most. Personality and luck is what we're going to pick. Luck I'm choosing because luck is actually very hard to boost normally. It's one of the stats that you can't really boost too easily, since it's very hard to get bonuses past 1 when you level up. And we'll get into that when we get to our first level up. Personality, because quite frankly, it works with what this character is going for, which is kind of an adventurer who tries to get on people's good side, etc., and is looking for work anywhere he can get it. And also, personality for the Dunmer male is very low if you don't have something to come up with that. It's also going to take away opportunities for us to boost other attributes, and that's good because we're playing as someone who just got out of prison after a long imprisonment. So there's going to be certain attributes that he should be weaker at, I feel like, given that. So we're kind of playing with story in mind there too. Now this character was an adventurer that has a very wide skill set, so we're going to play into that. So he's going to be a short blade specialist in his past life. That, believe it or not, paired that short blade, that short sword, with a shield. He's also going to be good at ranged marksmanship, sneaking, and speechcraft. So sneak naturally impacts your stealth ability. Things like pickpocketing, sneaking. Marksman is your long-ranged physical attacks like bows and darts and throwing knives. And I think we're going to be using throwing knives on this playstyle. I think that'll be really fun. Block, of course, pairing with short blade for our main way that will engage with the world in combat. And speechcraft to kind of go with that personality to try to sweet talk people, right? For minor skills, now you get a boost in these, but not as big as a major skill boost. We're going to go with medium armor. Kind of a just right for this character. We're then going to pick Alteration. Alteration is a magical skill that just comes in handy pretty much no matter where you're at. And it's great for an adventurer because it removes a lot of the travel barriers you'll see later on that we'll be getting into. Mercantile, because we are a mercenary style adventurer character, we want to be able to wheel and deal. We'll also pick Security, because we want to be able to pick locks. And last but not least, I would throw it between Athletics and Mysticism for this sort of character. We're going to give it to Mysticism. A couple reasons for that. Number one, Mysticism gives us some other abilities that are really going to help with kind of a jack-of-all-trades mercenary character. The second reason is, was this character athletic in his past life? Absolutely. But sitting in prison rotting for years and years will kind of take its toll on that, right? And so because of that, the logic is that we're not that athletic anymore, and we're going to have to get that back. Because we have really, really withered in prison. That's kind of what I'm going for. So that looks like a pretty good, also athletics, just in terms of game 2 theory. Athletics levels up very, very quickly. So, especially if it's already low level. So, athletics will take care of itself. And for that, I think we just over the course of the game. So, we're going to go with that. Now, I mentioned I have a burst sign mod. Again, I'll name that mod. It's called Moonlight. It's fantastic. It expands radically. It gives... So, every aspect, basically every constellation you can see in the sky, comes with a burst sign. So you can be born under that constellation, and characters that are born under set constellations in the Elder Scrolls have access to powers. Now, this adds an additional wrinkle to that, which is there are 2 moons in Nirn, Maser and Secunda. And depending on which moon was dominant, when you were born under that burst sign, you'll get a very different burst sign. So we are actually going to go down here with our playstyle and choose the Thief of Secunda. It's going to give us some really, really good bonuses. So with Rogue, it's automatically going to give us 25 points of agility, essential for a character like this, along with 10 more luck points and 10 sneak points. All great. But here comes the real rub. Assassinate. Fortify Strength 50 points for 5 seconds, Attack 50 points for 5 seconds, and your Sneak for 25 points for 5 seconds. Now that is huge combat bonus. Once per day, we can also basically make it to where they miss 50% of the time with their attacks, they miss 50% of the time with their spells, and they're extra weak to normal weapons. So there's a lot of good stuff in this particular. They all have good stuff. But again, you want to... My advice to newcomers, and that's what this particular stream is for, is that I want you to try to make sure that the abilities and the burst signs and the skills you're choosing match up with the skills of your chosen race, just to make it generally easier on you for your first run. Because a lot of people don't do that coming into Morrowind, and this is where they tend to kind of burn out, right? So for a name, we're just going to pick a Dunmer sounding name. We're just going to come up with one on the fly. Let's say... Vernus Daris. Well, let's go Davris. Vernus Davris sounds really good. Like that. Like I said, background. Now, this is a mod I have called Backgrounds. Now this is a mod. This is not something that is vanilla, but it also adds some risk reward into any play style. So we're going to be choosing, and they've got cool ones. They've got Tracker, which is just generally a boost when you're outside. Know It All knocks your personality by -30. Don't do that, guys. But also gives you +30 to intelligence. The one we're going to choose here is going to be Framed, which has quickly become my favorite one of all time. So what Frame does is it has a huge negative, but it also has a huge early advantage. So you got on the wrong side of some people in very powerful positions. This is going to play into our backstory we're writing for ourselves too. Every once in a while, you'll get a price on your head for a crime you did not commit. Your life on the run has given you a talent for guile and stealth. And so what that basically amounts to is +10 to all your stealth skills. This is huge, guys. This is absolutely enormous. But we're going to have to really watch that bounty meter, because every once in a while it'll add to our bounty, and we'll have to get that paid off before we can interact with guards. And if it gets to a certain point, guards will actually start to chase you, and we don't want that. So it adds a little bit of micromanagement to any playthrough, but it also adds just an enormous start. +10 to all stealth skills is just so huge. That's such a big bonus that gives you, especially considering we're going to be very stealth geared. And then we're going to just take the vanilla start, because again, we're playing this through the eyes of somebody fresh into Morrowind. We're not going to deal with any of that. And there it is. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to write our background. That's all. Or we need to write our class background. I forgot to do that. I usually forget to do that, and we're not going to forget to do that this time around. Welcome in, Moscow. Welcome to a very secret first-time Morrowinder stream. What's going on, buddy? Just sitting here enjoying the day. I had an idea for something, and we're going to play it out. So bear with me real quick. I'm going to have to actually get off of my chat while I write this background, and then we'll see what y'all think of it. User-defined class, get that out of here. And instead, we are going to write our own backstory, which is more fun anyway, right? So let's see. You grew up in the metropolis of Wayrest. Looks like my spelling's no better here than it is when I make my titles to my videos. Rub in shoulders with nobility and beggar alike. And doing what you needed to survive. There was always work to be found. Coin to be made. And adventures to be had. For one as enterprising as yourself. Spell check real quick. Already found one. Quink. Beautiful. But all luck in this one-day turn. And so you were caught while performing a job against one of the city's most influential figures. Your employer gave you up in a desperate attempt to save himself. It did not. For over a decade, you withered and rotted within the dungeons of Cyrodiil City. No vistas to paint, to sketch. Not a painter. No adventures to be had. Just darkness and silence. But luck favored you once again. And now, find yourself on a boat headed to a land all Dunmer know. A land Dunment. Even if they have never set foot on its shores. Morrowind. Looks good. Though your skills and body have withered, you still retain your spirit of adventure. Spirit. Excited to start this new part of your life. And thankful to feel full sunlight for the first time in years. Set foot into a small office in the village of Seyda Neen. Ah, they cut me off. Yeah, get off here. Set foot into Seyda Neen and Destiny. One last spell check. Always got to do that with old Zoo at the helm. Looks good. Alrighty. Pull chat back up here. Hey, what's going on, Pyritosis? Here at work, pouring sweat. Oven's hot. Ooh. Well, hopefully you get out of work shortly. It's the weekend, man. Alright, let's take a quick peek, see what we got here. That's before coming bonuses here. So, I'm sure we'll be getting through that very quickly. But yeah, that's a really good start before we get our next bonuses, which are coming. I've also got a religions mod, MTR by the Divines it's called. And so we're also going to select a faith, in this case, Mephala, the web spinner. And you can pick any of these, and they all have advantages and disadvantages. Web Spinner is a Daedric prince whose sphere is obscured to mortals, also known as the anticipation of Vivek. Unlike many other Daedric princes, Mephala appears as either male or female, depending on whom the Daedric prince wishes to ensnare. Mephala's only consistent theme seems to be the interference in the affairs of mortals for amusement. So who's to say that Mephala didn't actually arrange for us? Last guy was a Mephala worshipper. Mephala is quickly becoming my favorite deity. It just explains a lot of adventures, essentially, because of the web spinning element. Mephala's sphere seems to indicate a careful plan carried out through executions, each life a portion of a massive web. Mephala sees the affairs of mortals as a weave. Pull but one thread and the whole thing unravels. The Dunmer associate Mephala with the more simple concepts, lies, sex, and murder. Mephala directly helped to found the infamous cult of the Morag Tong, and they claim to murder for the Daedra's glory. Some scholars also argue that when the Morag Tong was banished from the rest of Tamriel, they were allowed to continue to operate in Morrowind when they replaced their worship of Mephala with that of Vivek. As a reaction to this, the Dark Brotherhood was formed, being led by the mysterious Night Mother, who some insist is just another form of Mephala. We are going to be Armunan, which is basically lineage from House Halalu. Now, this isn't going to matter. This character won't be joining any great houses. But we have to pick with this lineage mod, MTR lineage. Or this is MTR cultures, sorry. MTR cultures, you have to pick one. You don't want none on the character sheet. And Armunan is going to give us the best bonuses to what we've already picked. So we'll take that. And then last but not least, because we're from Wayrest, we're going to take the opportunity to become a half Breton. Is what we're going to want. Because we are from Wayrest, so that folds right into the story and gives us some pretty good bonuses, and also takes us a penalty to a few things I want a penalty to in this playthrough. So there we are. And now we can look at our updated character sheet for Vernus Davros. Short blade, 65. Block, 30. Which isn't super respectable, but we'll work on that. Marksman, 55. Really, really good starting marksman. Sneak, 65. Speechcraft, 50. Medium armor, 20. Alteration, 15, so we're really going to want to work on alteration when we get the coin. And we'll be getting the coin pretty quickly with this particular character type. Security, mercantile, and mysticism. So again, those are all kind of low, and that'll give us something to work on. Now the other thing I wanted to look at was athletics, which right now is a big fat 0, which may seem really extreme, guys, but that's kind of how I want it. Because again, I'm just out of prison, right? So bodily wise, I have the skills that I've developed over many years. But the body has withered greatly, so not very good at athletics. My athletics is crap. My strength is only 35. And my endurance is 30. So even my agility, which ordinarily would be much higher than that with the bonuses I have, nope. He moves at a grand total of 1 meter an hour. Well, I do have a decent speed, so that'll help make up a little bit for it. But yeah, we are definitely going to want to get some athletics training, do some working out, and do some lifting as soon as we possibly can. But yeah, he doesn't move too bad right now. I mean, that's not as bad as it could be. So right off the bat, we've got an opportunity here. But alas, it's too well watched. We'll be back for that later. So this is the Census and Excess office in the port town of Seyda Neen. When we get outside, we're going to discuss Seyda Neen a little bit, but what can we tell immediately from what we're looking at? So we know that this is a point of entry, which makes sense that the Census and Excess office would be here. Keeping in mind that this is from the perspective of someone who knows nothing about Morrowind or its lore, right? So we're going to go ahead, and this is unguarded, and our character has the morals of an alley cat. Not necessarily evil, but, you know, we know what we got to do to survive. So we're going to take advantage of that a little bit. Take that lockpick that's just conveniently left on the table for us. And that's because from a gameplay perspective, Bethesda wants you to take this stuff. That's why it's left unguarded. That's why they leave you a lockpick on the table. In a manner of speaking, this is a tutorial that's going to gift you a lot of information. So one of the things you'll notice here is we have a book called the Firmament, which is worth pretty valuable, about 40 gold based on what we've looked at. So what is the Firmament? Well, it's going to explain a little bit about the world of Nirn and Tamriel and Morrowind to you. And there's going to be lots of books throughout the game like this that you'll want to read if you want to dive in deeper to what's going on here. So remember when we talked about birth signs and how we were selecting a birth sign that would give us mystical powers? Well, this kind of plays into that a little bit. The stars of Tamriel are divided into 13 constellations. 3 of them are the major constellations known as the Guardians. These are the constellations in the sky. These are the Warrior, the Mage, and the Thief. Each of the Guardians protects its 3 charges from the 13th constellation, the Serpent. And you might have noticed in that mod I selected, the Serpent gets 3. 1 for each aspect of attacking each Guardian. Very cool. When the sun rises near one of the constellations, it is that constellation's season. Each constellation has a season approximately 1 month. The Serpent has no season, for it moves about in the heavens, usually threatening one of the other constellations. So even the fucking sky in Morrowind has lore, and I love it. So you have the Warrior. Warrior is the first Guardian constellation, and he protects his charges during the seasons. The Warrior's own season is last seed, when his strength is needed for the harvest. His charges are the Lady, the Steed, and the Lord. And those born under the sign of the Warrior are skilled with weapons of all kinds, but also prone to short tempers. Tells you a little bit about people who may be born under these signs. So think of them as kind of their astrology, right? The Mage is a Guardian constellation whose season is Rain's Hand, when Magicka was first used by men. His charges are the Apprentice, the Golem, and the Ritual. You'll notice too, guys, that the charges that they use, that the charges that they're in control of and have to protect, all have to do with their elements. So this is magic. So you have the Apprentice, like a Mage's Apprentice, the Golem, which is something that mages often create as a construct, and the Ritual, which is something that people with magic powers would perform. With the Lord, it's the Steed, his Lady, and his Lord. Very, very cool stuff, right off the bat, at least I think so. With the Thief, the last Guardian constellation, her season is the darkest month of Evening Star. Her charges are the Lover, the Shadow, and the Tower. Those born under the sign of the Thief are not typically thieves, though they take risks more often. That would be us. And so even thematically and lore-wise, it makes sense. And only rarely come to harm. They will run out of luck eventually, however, and rarely live as long as those born under other signs. We've already had our luck turn. And I mentioned that in my blurb about who my character is, that luck just turned on him, and now finally luck has turned back. Although through that's the machinations of fate or through the machinations of higher powers, we'll have to find out as we play. Now then we have the Serpent. The Serpent wanders about in the sky and has no season, although its motions are predictable to a degree. No characteristics are common to all who are born under the sign of the Serpent. By the way, they use that lore in the mod, Moonlight, in order to give the Serpent 3 separate suites of powers, since there are no characteristics common to all that are born under the Serpent. Those born under this sign are the most blessed and the most cursed. Very, very cool stuff. So now let's look at the warrior's charges. Are the lady. They're kind and tolerant. People born under the steed are impatient and always in a hurry. And people born under the sign of the Lord are typically stronger and harsher than those born under other signs. With the apprentice, they have an aptitude and affinity for magic, but are more vulnerable to magic. Atronachs have deep reserves of magicka within them, but can't regenerate magicka on their own. And the ritual have a variety of abilities depending on the aspects of the moons and the divines, which once again was used by the mod author of Moonlight to give lore, literally to give additional lore to that aspect of character creation. Definitely download these mods if you can, guys. It's so good. The lover for the thief are graceful and passionate, where those born under the shadow tend to hide better, and then the tower have a knack for finding gold and opening locks up. So that just gives us a little bit. We're going to take that book because it's worth 40 gold, which is more than like the 1 gold stuff that we don't really care about. We're going to take the silverware bowl, and we'll take that quam egg just for shits and giggles. And already you can see the movement really get slower. Now we've also got this. We're going to take the bread. We'll leave the silverware. We don't want to take everything. We're not a monster after all. And here we also have an iron dagger, which we'll leave for thematic purposes, and a note to someone named Hriskar. It says, Hriskar, don't think I've forgotten our wager. I want this dagger sharp as a scamp's claw by morning. And it's signed by Ganseal. Now, who is Ganseal? Well, if you remember right, this charming individual who in a vanilla game opens the door for you once you get your papers, it's this man right here, Ganseal Duar. You are Vernus Davris, aren't you? Celis Gravius and Census and Exus office wants to talk to you. So we can ask him a little bit about his background.
I am Ganseal Duar, guard and spearman of the Imperial Legion.
Any advice for me?
If you do the crime, pay the fine, don't do the time. You might think a little hard labor isn't a bad price to pay, but while you're breaking rocks for the Empire, you lose the edge in your useful skills, and it takes a long time to get back to where you were before.
I think that's good advice. Thank you, Ganseal. Might as well also talk to Sosushi Sergala here as well. Hi, what do you want? What is your background?
I am Sosushi Sergala, agent.
And that's about it for now. So, you can also speak to people, and it's one of the ways we're going to gather information on this world and the things we need to do. You also have a journal. By pressing J, you can press. And so, right off the bat, I need to speak to Celis Gravius to discuss my duties. And yeah, an Imperial Guard told me that Celis Gravius in the Census and Exus office wants to speak with me. I should go see what he wants. So we know a few things right off the bat. We know we're here from prison. We know we've been released into Morrowind. We know we need to see a gentleman named Celis Gravius. And we know that there is a wager that Hriskar lost to Ganseal. And that's all we know so far about Seyda Neen, aside from, some more esoteric knowledge about the constellations. Well, we're outside. We'll go ahead and take what's in that barrel, too. see what that ring does. It's our first healing item. Restores health to 1 to 5 points on self. Now, trust me when I say we'll be getting access to much better healing options here. But we're going to pick up that ring for a region. Now, we see this very well-dressed gentleman named Celis Gravius, who's asking for papers. And he's the guy that we were told, if you remember, that we need to speak with. And he is just decked out and adorned. That is the nicest armor we've seen so far. So we know he's probably a higher ranking legionnaire than Gansil is, just by looking at him. Ah, you're here. I had hoped you would get my message. I am Celis Gravius. My background is not important. We have heard rumors of your presence in Morrowind. I don't know who you are or what your background is, but I've been ordered to inform you of your duties. Ordered by the Emperor himself, so pay attention. So we do have some stuff that we can look into here. So before we get into those discussions with Celis Gravius, we're going to just take a look around and see if there's anything of note. Silver candlesticks are tempting, but Celis is very, very good at what he does. There's also a warehouse key that we can find here as well, that we may be able to maneuver ourselves into getting with our sneak skill. So we're going to take that. Now, with that in mind, we might also be able to take some silverware while we're there. Let's see what the reach is on that. But he's just not the most aware gentleman, is he? He is a very painfully unaware gentleman, but it works for us. We got just about everything there. How's our inventory doing? Still okay?
Piece of the line.
Oh, well, I think we're all done stealing, so that's absolutely fine. Let's go back here. All right, I'm ready to talk, sir. Suppose we can come. He's a little angry at us, so we'll have to go over here now. So I guess before we discuss things, not that it matters, but I'd like to know more about you.
I am Celis Gravius, a knight-errant of the Imperial Legion.
So, Zoo, what are we actually doing today? So we're going to be, like I talked to you about on Discord, we're going to be going live with Ardenfall, 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And for this particular playthrough, this is one for, as the title says, this is people newer to Morrowind and modded Morrowind. And so we're going to be kind of doing a real deep dive into lore, gameplay, character building, all of that. So this is going to be a little bit of a slow watch for some, but it's not really for the initiated. This is going to be more for newer players who are looking to get into modded Morrowind for the first time, or maybe even Morrowind for the first time. So should be a hoot. Should be a lot of fun to do. Now, you may notice that these characters are talking to guys. That's not by default. So there is a mod called Voices of Vardenfell. It is a godsend for streamers like me. Mileage may vary. It's done with AI. And so I just want to acknowledge that there is some ethical concerns as far as AI and voice acting and things of that nature. You may wish to read all of it on your own, but it voices roughly, I think, about 60% of the island and all of Tamriel rebuilt, which is just incredible. That there's mods to do those voices, but again, we're talking about accessibility, and from a streaming standpoint, it's kind of essential because my voice would die otherwise. From a accessibility standpoint, people that have trouble hearing or reading, I like options, and so this does give them options to do that. Yeah, I don't recommend Voices of Vardenfell for not streamed Morrowind, is what Moscow would say. Yeah, there are reasons that you may avoid it, but then again, maybe they have trouble reading, and so, that Voices of Vardenfell may bridge that gap for them. So that's why I would recommend it. But definitely something to look into for sure. If you have difficulties in reading comprehension or reading, if you're dyslexic, for example, or if you're streaming, oh my God, you need it. So that's why, but there's not voices in vanilla by default. Just know that, guys. So he is a knight errant of the Morrowind Imperial Legion, okay? So what that means is that's going to be a very high-ranking official of the Imperial Legion. That's one of your higher ranks, okay? And we'll be discussing a little bit about why he's here, aside from you, here in a little bit. Because we're going to go into that when we discuss Seyda Neen. Like, why are you here, dude? You're pretty high-ranked. And he's not just here to greet you. I think there's other things that point to other reasons he may have been stationed here once Morrowind was open for colonization. But for now, we're not going to be super interested in Celes Gravius himself. We're more interested in these duties he's talking about. So, you said I'm in Morrowind. Tell me a little bit about this. And this is going to be kind of our first blurb and introduction to what Morrowind is. And we're going to learn a lot of information from this. Yes, you're in Morrowind. I don't know why you're here, but your authorization comes directly from Emperor Uriel Septim VII himself, and I don't need to know any more than that. I have been informed of your presence and ordered to make you aware of your duties. Orders from the Emperor, so pay careful attention. Tell me about Uriel Septim.
Yes, Uriel Septim is still the Emperor. According to my instructions, he personally authorized your release from prison and your delivery here. It's all very mysterious, but that's the way the Empire works. Silence, secrecy. Let not the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Moscow Master says, if you are able to play Morrowind without voice lines, don't use it. Yeah, I would concur with that. I think you get more out of it by reading it and internalizing it as you read. But not everybody likes that. Not everybody can do that. But if you can, and you like that kind of thing, if you're a reader, this game is a Shangri-La. And I'm a reader. It's part of why I love it so. So we just learned the Emperor is Uriel Septim, that he's still the Emperor. Now, people who are lore nerds of the Elder Scrolls may know him as the guy who got flung into a pocket realm of oblivion while a usurper sat on the throne during the Imperial Simulacrum. But again, that's something we'll get into here down the line. But just know that there is an empire, it is occupying Morrowind, and Uriel Septim is that emperor. Now, if we ask about the empire, he's going to tell us the following.
Yes, of course this is the Empire. This is Vardenfell district of the province of Morrowind. And Morrowind has been part of the Empire for over 400 years. The current Emperor is Uriel Septim, 24th of the Septim line. You haven't been in prison that long, have you? Nothing wrong with your head, is there? The men said you were acting a little strange when they brought you in from the ship.
So that's kind of our next little bit of detailing, right? So, Morrowind is a province, one province of a larger empire, which we kind of already gathered. And it's been part of the Empire now for 400 years. Okay? So what that means is it's been a little bit of time that Morrowind has been a colony in a province of this Empire. Now, how does that relate to Vardenfell? We also know that Vardenfell is one district in that province. So there's a much larger country than just Vardenfell. That's kind of what we've learned there. He's already told us what his trade is. We can elaborate on it. And what is it you do?
I am a knight-errant of the Order of Ebonheart.
Okay.
And an imperial emissary attached to the Census and Excise Office here in Seyda Neen.
Yep, so he's an imperial emissary, high-ranking knight, Order of Ebonheart. You'll notice there are other members of the Order of Ebonheart, other emissaries, that are also attached to various places. And we'll get into that in a little bit. Now, he mentions an imperial, right? What is an imperial?
I'm proud to be an imperial. Through our legions and rule of law, we've brought peace and civilization to the provinces of Tamriel.
So imperial in this context, there's the imperials, which are a faction. It's people that are agents of the empire. But he is referring to imperial in a racial sense. And so he's referring to Imperials as the group of people that occupy the dominating province of this empire in Tamriel. And in this case, that would be a province known as Cyrodiil, which we'll get into later as well. Duties, sir. This package came with the news of your presence in Morrowind. You are to take it to Caius Cosades in the town of Balmora. Go to the South Wall Corner Club and ask for Caius Cosades. They'll know where to find him. Serve him as you would serve the Emperor himself. I also have a letter for you, and a dispersal in your name. So this opens up a few more opportunities to talk. So, who is this Caius Cosades?
Report to Caius Cosades in Balmora. I can't tell you where to find him, but you are to go to the South Wall Corner Club and ask for him. Someone there can direct you to him.
And he's in Balmora, right?
Balmora is north of Seyda Neen. The road passes Pelagiad Village and Fort Pelagiad, crosses a deep ravine, passes Fort Moonmoth, then turns west across the Odai River and into Balmora. The South Wall Corner Club is in southeast Balmora on the east side of the river. For more detailed directions, talk to Elone the Scout at Aril's Trade House here in Seyda Neen. But take my advice. You're new here. Take the Silt Strider to Balmora. Fast, cheap, safe. Cross the bridge and head east. Can't miss it.
So a lot was gained right there. So we now know that there's going to be several villages, forts, landmarks. All of these are going to be used in order to shepherd you to different quests, destinations, and people that you need to be talking to in this game. This is why reading is very important. Comprehending what you're doing at any given time is extremely important. This game doesn't have compasses. This game doesn't have quest markers. This game doesn't have any of that. You're going to have to suss out where to go and what to do by gathering information that the world gives you. Now, it sounds like a pain for people who are used to just being able to follow a quest marker, but I can tell you that as you really delve and immerse yourself in this world and begin to learn the details you need to correctly and successfully navigate it, then it becomes fucking enthralling, guys. And so you absolutely want to do this, and if you're not doing this, and you're not getting immersed, it's just, it just, I don't know. I wouldn't want to talk to you at a party if you don't think that this setting is fascinating and cool, basically. So that opens up some more opportunities. He mentioned that he's given us several paths forward. And this is our path forward in the world of Morrowind. We can take a Silt Strider straight to Balmora. Or we can go into Aril's Trade House, which I would assume is a business here in Seyda Neen, and we can ask for Elone the Scout to give us better directions. So he's given us two pieces of advice that allow us to navigate successfully from Seyda Neen to Balmora. But let's get some more information on that. So he said there was a Silt Strider we could take. What in God's name is a Silt Strider?
Silt Striders carry passengers and cargo between settlements on Vardenfell. Fares depend on distance to be traveled. Silt Striders are giant insects. A compartment for passengers and cargo is hollowed from the creature's shell. The driver directs the beast by directly manipulating exposed organs and tissues. Silt Striders travel between Aldruin, Balmora, Seyda Neen, Suran,
Seyda Neen?
Molag Mar, Margan, and North Landing near Vivek.
So that is your fast travel, essentially, is what he's describing. So your fast travel isn't clicking on a city or dungeon icon and instant transmission in there like Goku. In Morrowind, you have to navigate a network of fast travel beacons, essentially, that gets you from place to place, with one sole exception, well, a couple of sole exceptions, when you use things like boats and these giant insects to travel. Time is also passing as you travel. There are exceptions to that. There is Goku-style instant transmission in Morrowind, but you've got to earn it or find it. I think that's everything we need, my good man. Is there anything we're missing?
You know your duties. Take that package to Caius Cosades in Balmora.
And with that, we'll take our leave. Welcome to Seyda Neen, swamp fever capital of the world. Let's talk, shall we? Well, I guess to start things off, we should talk to this guy who has signaled to us.
You the one that boat dropped off? Odd to see a boat arrive at that time of the day. Hope the Imperials treated you okay. I swear they took my ring.
You mean this ring? But before we get into that, tell us a little bit about yourself, Fargoth. Oh, no, we'll get right into it.
I swear one of the guards has it. I had it last week before their weekly Let's Shake Down Fargoth ritual. An engraved healing ring, family heirloom of mine. You haven't seen it, have you?
I do have it right here, my good sir.
You found it! Amazing! Thank you, thank you. You are now my favorite friend. I'll be sure to tell the others, especially my friend Ariel, who runs the trade house here. Go see him. He'll be happy to see you now.
So we learned a lot in that conversation, actually. Okay? So Fargoth, and who is Fargoth? Fargoth is a commoner. And the Imperial soldiers are weakly shaking him down for money. So what did we learn out of this conversation, guys? We learned that the authorities here in Seyda Neen seem to be kind of corrupt. That's what we learned. At least some of them do. This aspect of tension between the common folk and the ruling class is going to be a huge proponent of the story of what's going on here in Seyda Neen. Okay? That's going to factor into multiple different quest lines. You'll notice that the people in this village, for various reasons, whether they're colonizers or whether they're natives, all seem to be fed up with what's going on here. And that's something we're going to explore in detail as we go. But we have also been told that when we go to talk to Ariel, that he's going to hopefully look on us a little bit more favorably. And he runs the trade house here, which is the business here. So that's nothing but good news. Hey, Zoo, I'm going to have to dip for a bit. Got to do evening stuff now so I can have time for Ardenfall stream later. Enjoy the stream. Thanks for coming out, Moscow, always, man. We appreciate it. And we had to give the engraved ring of healing up to get this information.
Thank you for finding it. Those guards better look out.
But I think it was worth it. And it really wasn't that great of an enchantment, honestly. So this is Seyda Neen. Landmarks, approximately 2. Well, 3. We just came from the first landmark, which is the Census and Excess office. But there are other landmarks here as well. But let's start by just kind of looking around and figuring out what we can do in different places. So this is Drains.
So you're new to Seyda Neen, and you'd like some help finding your way around. Very sensible. Go ahead. Ask away. Looking for services, some specific place, someone in particular. Just need a little advice. Whatever it is, I'd be happy to help.
So Drains tells us a little bit about, hey, I want to be helpful to you. What can I tell you about things? So I guess we'll start by just taking a look at his travel options. And it looks like he can take us to a place called Narmak, a place called Halaod, and he can take us to a place called Vivek St. Delm. All for a price. Now, we're not going to travel right now, but it is worth pointing out that there's boats as well as silt striders for travel, right? So tell us about this specific place. Tell us, what do you have to say about Seyda Neen?
Not much here. Ariel's trade house, the census and excise offices. That's the Coast Guard, too. And a lighthouse. And that's it. Service goes to Vivek, Balmora, Nisus, and Saran. The road goes north past Pelagiad to Balmora, and east to Vivek, and southeast to Everton.
Who's the important people here?
The Altar Ariel runs Ariel's trade house. Sakushya Sagala is the chief agent of the census and excise offices.
And services?
get food and sundries from a Will's trade house. That's also where you'll find anyone who offers training. Not much else in the way of services in this damn little squad.
And do you have any advice for me?
Well, most Outlanders stick close to the Imperial Guilds and the Legions, but you might consider service in one of the dumber great houses. They aren't real fond of Outlanders, and you have to look around hard for a patron, someone who'll speak for you, help you advance to the higher ranks. But the great houses are where the real opportunities are. House Lalu and House Redoran are pretty reasonable. House Taiwan, the Wizard House, they're another story.
So we've just learned a little bit more about this world, right? So there are different factions that we might consider joining, but there's also the political great houses that run Morrowind. Now, I said it might be a little bit more difficult to join them, but a lot of opportunity for coin there. And that's something we may consider down the road. I'm not currently considering joining great houses on this run, but that's kind of our first hinting outside of the Empire itself of the various different factions and guilds and politics going on here in the province of Morrowind. So that's actually a huge piece of information that we were told. So what is the Census and Excess Office? Census and Excess Office essentially serves as a way to collect taxes and count people. It's what it says. It's the Census and Excess Office. It's our first landmark. Our second landmark, and it's kind of the Imperial base here, essentially. Our second landmark would be this cobbled together large lighthouse known as the Grand Pharos Lighthouse. Now, what is the Grand Pharos Lighthouse and why is it important and interesting? Because it is actually essential to the founding of Seyda Neen. So, Seyda Neen gets its namesake from a ship that was originally the flagship of Halalu Brever's fleet. So Great House Halalu, a long time ago, sent out a fleet to find something that they referred to as the Face of Veloth. However, an unnatural storm destroyed that fleet, and so what House Halalu did is they used those materials, the materials they could find from the Seyda Neen, to construct the Grand Pharos Lighthouse in a symbolic way so that any of their countrymen that might have survived the storm could eventually find their way back to the house. It's a very, very cool story. And it's also why it's called the Gateway to Vardenfell. It's one of the few lighthouses on the actual inner sea in this area to guide ships. And it services, the lighthouse services those ships and allows this to be a safe port in an otherwise pretty nasty surrounding seawater. Very, very cool. Now, you'll notice that House Halalu governs Seyda Neen from its district seat in Balmora, and yet there's still an Imperial Legion presence that guards the seaport due to its strategic importance on the inner sea. Okay? So, that's a very interesting blend. Most towns in a jurisdiction run by a great house are guarded by the great house's own soldiers, but not here. The Empire, because of its strategic importance and other reasons, maintains a garrison here. Okay? So, why is that? Why do we think that is? Well, I have theories about that, right? Fort Firemoth. So, if you look out into the sea here, and let me see if I can see it from here. We might actually be able to sight it from here. This island out this way. And it's a little foggy, so I don't think we'll be able to. No, it's too foggy out. Fort Firemoth is a serious reason for, in part, that Legion presence. So, what do we know about Fort Firemoth? It was an island base of the Imperial Navy. It was one of the largest Imperial Navy bases in the Inner Sea. And sometime after the end of the Imperial Simulacrum, which was 399 Third Era, so we're about 20 years removed from that, the Lich Lord Grurn led in a legion of undead soldiers into Fort Firemoth and sacked it, and was able to successfully take the fort from a weakened and disorganized legion in the wake of that Imperial simulacrum, okay? That's basically what happened. Now, I have a theory as to why the Imperial Legion ended up in Seyda Neen, and I think Firemoth is a part of that. So we know that the Imperial Navy relocated to the mainland in Fort Teledrock, and they kind of share a fort with the Legion there. But I also think that some of the Legion presence at Fort Firemoth also ended up in Seyda Neen in anticipation for an eventual and inevitable mission to retake that fort. Right? I also think there's other things at play, but we'll wait till we get to Pelagia to discuss that. But one of the primary reasons for an Imperial presence here is eventually they are going to plan on taking back Fort Firemoth. That is not something that they take. That's not a slight that they took lightly. Having the undead overrun that fort, and certainly they'll want it back. So we've stood out in the rain long enough, talking about House Lalu's maiden voyage to find the face of Veloth, and undead legions coming out of the ocean to take a fort within sight of the city. Let's head to our third landmark and get some shelter from the rain and storm. A place known as Aril's Trade House. Time to do a little bit of wheeling and dealing. So, obviously one of the nicer buildings here in Seyda Neen.
Welcome to Aril's Trade House. I'm Aril, publican and proprietor. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. You're a new face here. If you want to buy from me, you have to barter. If you want a little advice, free to new customers, just ask. Would you like to hear about our most popular potions, our most popular scrolls?
Not today. We're just going to do some trading here. But that said, I will take some advice from you.
If you need directions, talk to our local scout, Ilone the Red Guard. She's here in the trade house somewhere. And you might want a copy of Guide to Vardenfell.
Okay.
I think I still have a copy for sale.
Sounds perfect. He also gave us some additional advice, which is, if you want to live to a ripe old age, buy a weapon and as much armor as you can wear and still run from trouble. Buy a spell or two, and practice your skills. Don't practice on citizens. We call that foul murder, and we don't like it. But you can kill smugglers and bandits and other outlaws all you like. Outlaws have no rights. Plenty of adventurers make a living from killing and looting outlaws. That smuggler scum down in Adamasardis, for instance. Their cave lies beneath the cliffs to the west. So right off the bat, we're given the potential for looting opportunity in Adamasardis, but also told that we shouldn't kill citizens, we should kill hostile outlaws. And that is kind of the game nudging you to let you know that you don't just want to kill anybody you see. There are repercussions for that, legal repercussions for that. Instead, you want to make sure anything you kill attacks you first. That way it's self-defense. And of course, if you go out in dungeons in the wilderness where there aren't guards present that can be alerted to your foul misdeeds, you can just kill whatever, because there's no witnesses, right? For less moral characters. Now, what do you mean when you say practice your skills? Do you have any advice on that, Aril?
Practice on creatures and outlaws, and anyone who attacks you first. When in doubt, run away. And if you attack a citizen by accident, don't kill him. Turn yourself into a guard, pay your fine, and clear your name, or people will treat you like an outlaw.
I understand. I appreciate you, man. Let's wheel and let's deal. So, we're going to start by kind of turning some of this stuff in that we've successfully stolen. The Masta, the Flynn. I think we want that. No, yeah, we'll keep that Potion of Shadow. Bug Musk comes in handy. The bread comes in handy. Crab meat will turn in. Same with the quam egg. Same with this raisin, the scamp skin. Now, these are all ingredients, and if you are an alchemist, if you took skills in alchemy, guys, You may not sell this like I'm selling it. I don't have skills in alchemy or enchanting, which soul gems can be used for. So I'm selling a lot of this stuff because the value we get gold-wise is going to be more valuable than keeping those ingredients. But for you guys who took alchemy as a skill or enchanting as a skill set, those ingredients might be able to be made to create potions or enchantments if you collect souls, and that's a whole different system. But then you can sell those things, those potions you've made, or those soul gems that you've put a soul into, for much more money than the empty souls that I'm giving you. Now, eventually I will be able to do some soul trapping for profit, because I did take mysticism, but I need to develop those skills a little further before we can do that. And this is going to kind of give you guys a first look at the bartering system for Morrowind. So in Morrowind, you don't necessarily pay in just gold, you pay in items. So one of the things I could do is total sold, is that, and I can just take the gold, or I can use bartering to trade these items for some of this stuff here. It's not just a gold system in Morrowind. It's a barter system. Now, in terms of medium armor, he doesn't have much, right? He just doesn't have that much. He's got this nice-looking Imperial chain cuirass, but that's going to leave us only getting 8 gold for what we just turned in. Still, I think we need to take it because we're new here. There's also a silver short sword that I also want to buy, so now we're at cost. Now you see it switches from total sold to total cost. Now the ringmail cuirass is 6, and this is 8, so this is the better armor to take. So we'll go ahead and take that. But slim pickings indeed in terms of medium armor stuff. The other thing we're going to go ahead and take when we get an opportunity here, we're going to keep the iron shield because we do have block proficiency. Even though it's a heavy armor shield, we want to eventually replace that with a medium armor shield. We can trade in our steel dagger for that silver short sword, and instead of taking that, we'll take some repair hammers, because we'll want to repair that silver short sword up. That's going to definitely increase our lethality, and it's going to give us access to some repairing, but it costs. We're going to try to barter him down now to 75 gold, and he says no. So we'll up it to 80, and he accepted that. And that's kind of how trading works in this game. Is you can trade in items toward other items you want, or you can just take the gold. Now I am a terrible armorer, so we might have to buy more of these, and we're gonna have to buy some more. Now, if you have a high armorer skill, you could probably do that in 2 or 3 hammer swings.
I barter for goods or coin. I also have a small selection,
but I can't, so I have to spend a little bit more money. But it's still cheaper than asking a professional armorer to do it ourselves. But it's still cheaper than that would have been if it was in full condition. So it did allow us to buy a pretty nice weapon at discount. But I'll tell you, we're not doing very good at the repairs right now. Now we have to make a decision. Yeah, I'm not spending any more gold to repair that. That's where it'll have to sit for now. Or, because we've got a good... We can go ahead and trade the Bug Musk.
I also have a small selection of spells.
And the Potion of Shadow. Let's go ahead and do that.
You want a little advice? That's free.
And try to get that repair. Let's give it one last shot, shall we?
Potions, our most popular scrolls.
Because I would love to get this closer to full. There it is. That's close enough. That's perfect. So now we've got a pretty good offense and an okay defense for starting out. This is not bad. Now, she said we can go talk to Elone for directions to Valmora. So we'll keep that in mind, but we're not going to do that yet necessarily, right? We just want to look around here real quick. So the trade house, and you'll see this on different trade houses, there's a mod called Notice Boards. Notice boards is going to put things like newspapers, requests from the public, and bounties on these boards that an enterprising character can look at and fulfill. And we'll be definitely doing that later, but we're going to spend a little bit of time here in Seyda Neen to acclimate ourselves before we get on the road. So, trade houses are where you can trade and barter for goods, kind of meet the good people of Morrowind.
Welcome to Seyda Neen, stranger. Is there some specific place you're looking for?
Got any advice for us?
It pays to take it slow when you first come to Morrowind. When you talk to folks, keep an eye on their dispositions. They let you know if you don't like them. It's smart to get on the Pharos' good side before you ask for a favor.
Yep, it certainly is. And what are the latest rumors? Tell me.
My cousin claimed he saw a city in the water near Narmak. He's a drunkard, though, and spends too much time in the sun.
So what do we learn from that? We learned that, hey, you want to keep an eye on this disposition meter because that tells people how much they like you. So through the act of conversing with the people of the public, you're going to learn things about gameplay. And then we also, latest rumors will oftentimes direct you to a potential for an adventure. So yeah, he's a drunkard, he spends too much time in the sun, but he saw a city in the water near Narmak. That's something we could potentially explore, and so we'll kind of file that away, right, as an opportunity. Just like when Ariel mentioned Adamasardis, a bandit cavern, we'll kind of file that away. That's something we can do here locally. That's an adventure we can have. They're not quests, but they're kind of steering you toward things that may lead you to an adventure in and of itself. Not all quests are marked in Morrowind. You make your own a lot of times based on scuttlebutt and rumor and innuendo.
It's a hard life, but it's fair.
What do you mean by
You
that?
look like you could use a friend, Outlander. Perhaps I can be your friend. I'd like you to help me recover some gold.
Okay. So let's think about this here. And you might notice his name is Hriskar Flatfoot. Now, who is Hriskar? This is the gentleman from the note that was on the Census and Exodus table, okay? So keep that in mind. Now, he looks like he wants to hire us to do a job. And this is going to kind of fall into some of what's going on here in Seyda Neen.
That's right. See, I had a bad run of luck playing 9 holes and lost a bit of money. Normally, I'd be fine. We can usually keep some gold in our pockets just from the money the locals pay us for protection. But I know some of them are holding out on me, especially that little fetcher Fargoth. He's come up light the past couple of weeks when I've shaken him down. I know he's stashing it somewhere. I'd like you to find Fargoth's hiding place.
Okay. So, this is the guy that shook Fargoth down and lost the wager to Gansil in the Census and Exodus office. So, what did we learn from this discussion? Well, we learned that Hriskar has a gambling problem. We've learned that oftentimes, not just with Gansil with his wager there, but in this game of 9 holes, he generally isn't very good at the bets he makes. So he's a bad gambler. And these bad bets are leading him to have to supplement his income by shaking down the people of this town. That's what we're learning. Fargoth, of course, is that little unhappy guy we gave his ring to, right? So now we're being hired to basically find the money that Fargoth is squirreling away to avoid it from being taken from him. Now, this is kind of a morally dubious quest, but we are a morally dubious character. We're just trying to make ends meet here. And having an Imperial Legionnaire as a friend probably is better than having some commoner like Fargoth as a friend. So we're going to take this job. Now, if you don't take this job, it gives you an entirely different chain of questing events, which is very cool. Where you take Fargoth's side, essentially. And you can actually get this guy fired through a mod called Afresh, which adds a little bit more complexity to the vanilla version of this quest. But like I said, that's not who this character is. Perhaps in another life, we would have sided with Fargoth. In this life, we're taking the gold.
I know the little fetcher's got one somewhere in town. Just not sure where yet. I've already gone through his whole house, so I know he's not hiding it there. I'd like you to find out where he's stashing his gold. If you can, I'll give you a share of the wealth. Are you up for it?
I always complete a job.
Excellent. Here's what I want you to do. I'm not sure where he goes, but I know he wanders around town at night. Watch his movements. The best vantage point is on top of the lighthouse south of town. That will give you a nice view of all of Seyda Neen. Keep an eye on where he goes. I'm sure you'll be able to figure out where he's hiding that gold.
Now, he also mentioned a game called Nine Holes. And there is a mod called Nine Holes that you can take that adds that game into the game world to be able to play in various taverns. This is one of those occasions. I don't exactly have gold to spare. That's a good reason to help me recover some gold. I'll play with you afterwards. So he doesn't have any money right now, but once we do it, we can play Nine Holes with Griskar.
I've just got to find where he's hiding his loot.
So with that, we now have our first questing opportunity, guys. Now, he said we need to do that at night, and it's only 1 p.m., so we've got some time to burn. We've already spoken with her, and we don't want to get the directions from alone yet, because we're not quite ready to leave Seyda Neen. What else can we do? Well, we've got the bandits that we were told about to the west along the cliffs. We can go kill them. Start there. Or we can look at the notice board and start to do some of these quests as well. And start to look for opportunities for adventuring there too, right? And then we're going to take the latter option. Or the former option, I should say. So we're looking for a place called Adamasardis. And now we've just met another member of Seyda Neen's village.
Would you like a little advice? Or are you looking for someone in particular?
I'll take a little advice.
You look like you can take care of yourself. Then why don't you do something about those smugglers in Adamasardis cave? It's right over there near the Silk Strider port. They're
Oh!
guys. Look at them, just strutting around. Someone must have paid them to ignore the smuggling going on here.
So what do we see here? We have once again another member of Seyda Neen's public that is just very frustrated with the leadership and the authorities here, the Imperial authority over the town. She thinks that they're being paid to ignore the Adamasardis smuggling. That could potentially be true. We don't know. It never really spells it out for sure. We also have our first piece of conflicting advice here. She has just advised us that the smugglers are actually located across from the Silk Strider.
If you're looking to get out of Seyda Neen, I'll be happy to give you a little advice.
So we'll talk a little bit more about this after our discussion with Vidunius, but we learned there that sometimes the directions and advice we get from people are unreliable. And that's also very important to Morrowinds. Sometimes they'll give bad directions, or vague directions, or wrong directions. And we're going to see that come into play. So we have Ariel claiming that they're west of the town near the cliffs, and we have Elderfire claiming that they're actually across from the Silk Strider port. Now, that's actually a little bit of a mod incompatibility. I've got a mod that alters the location of Adamasardis and switches that with another dungeon. And that's a little bit of a difference in the audio versus the changed dialogue. The recorded audio for Voices of Vardenfell has it in the right place. But there are other aspects and areas in Morrowind where incorrect or bad or vague directions are given. And so I actually just consider that inconsistency as canonical, which is very cool in and of itself. And it's going to lead us to a different second adventuring opportunity. Because we're going to go check out the Silt Strider because it's closer. And that's not where Adamasardis is. In the meantime, we've also had this gentleman talk to us and says, Wes, what do you want? If you're looking to get out of Seyda Neen, I'd be happy to give you a little advice. So, yeah, ultimately that is our goal. So we're going to take him up on that. But first, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am Vadunius Nucleus, Commodore.
And you said you had advice for us?
New here? Take the Silt Strider to Vivek or Valmora. Fast and cheap, no trouble with wild animals, and smugglers and bandits and outlaws.
Okay.
Go see Darva McLaren over at the Strider Port, over the bridge and east along the water, and tell her Vadunius Nucleus sent you.
Well, we're heading that way already in search of the dungeon Adamasardis, so we're going to head that way now that the traffic jam in the bridge has cleared. Now that bridge leads across to the first wilderness area in the game, which is the Bitter Coast. And now we can look at the larger map of Morrowind in general. And would you guys look at that? Holy shit. Is that a lot of area for us to cover? And here we are, little old us right here. But we're not going to head that way. We're going to head toward the Silt Strider port, and I already see the door to a dungeon. That must be Adamasardis. Unless Eldefier is mistaken. But we're going to go find that out right now. Thelus Ancestral Tomb. Well, this doesn't look like Adamasardis, does it? So that tells us through process of elimination that Eril actually had the correct directions. We're going to equip our bow and arrow for a little bit of long-distance combat potential. We're really fragile right off the boat, so we really want to be careful in these combat scenarios. And this is also where we should save our game. Keep lots of saves too, guys. Don't just save in one place. And we're about to do our first dungeon now. Now, this is a dungeon called a Velothi Tomb. And it's going to mainly contain undead. So there's a ghost. And we fired at it, but nothing happened. And I think we missed there because he keeps floating away from us. Now there's a skeleton. Now we hit the skeleton, but he's got arrows too. But our aim is truer. So we fired, eliminating the skeleton. Another arrow notch for the ghost. But it keeps going through the ghost, not doing any damage. Why is this? Because a weapon has no effect on ghosts. For ghosts and ethereal spirits, you need silver weapons. And that did some damage to us. So we may have to be careful, and we may have to cut this particular adventure short if that continues to happen to us. As you can see, a lot of potential stuff to loot here. We've just got to be careful. Another ghost, so we'll keep our silver weapon out. See if we can draw his attention for a battle. Here he comes. 2 of them. This could be bad, guys. We're going to have to act fast. Got one down. Yep, 2 down. They're going to have ingredients called ectoplasm. You'll want to collect those because it's actually a fairly valuable ingredient early on. We've also got cork bulb arrows. More arrows is always a good thing to deal with the skeletons we can hit with them. And some iron arrows, which are preferable to the cork bulb, and a chitin short bow, which might outperform our current short bow we got. It does not. Okay, so we'll sell that one. More ectoplasm. And then we're going to go back into sneak mode here. Let's continue clearing the dungeon first. I hear more ghosts. Each enemy also makes a distinctive sound, so a lot of times you can tell what you're looking for just by listening to the audio. Can't take too many more of those, unfortunately. They're starting to hit us for pretty big damage. And that door won't budge. So nothing we can do there. Another thing I would caution you guys is you want to also check doors for traps. So we have something here called a Journeyman's Probe. Anytime you activate a container or a treasure chest or a door, if you have a probe, and you should have probes, even if you're not security experts, check the doors. Because oftentimes you can find things that you otherwise you can prevent damage you would otherwise take. One goes down, and here comes the next ghost. Dead and dead. In our athletics, see how fast it raises when it's that low? I'm already at a 3. So athletic skill has already raised up. And we've cleared out a significant portion of this dungeon already. But we're nowhere near the end. Because now we've got that dead end and that door that won't budge. So what do we do in that case? Well, it's time to start exploring the rest of the dungeon. The larger dungeon at play. You'll also notice a message that our needs are reducing. So we're thirsty and we're starting to get a little hungry. We're going to eat some bread. But I don't have a ready solution to thirst at this moment. So that's something we'll talk about here in a little bit. But we're going to go through and we're going to start to loot the tomb for what we can. Now that's pretty interesting. There's a Dwemer tube in here. The problem with that is I have a mod called the Buying Game that makes, in compliance with actual lore, it makes it very difficult to sell things like that. Because they are illegal per the Empire. You're not supposed to trade in those things. So there's a water bottle right there, and we're gonna pick that up. That's gonna be very useful to us in the future, because now we can drink and we can cure our thirst. Now that's only if you have the mod Ashfall, which adds the needs. A lot of folks won't have that, but we're already finding some great loot. We've got rubies. We've got a Panacea, which is a enchanted scroll that allows us to cure common disease. We might honestly want to keep that in a disease-ridden place such as Vardenfell. So that chamber yielded some pretty interesting stuff. We're also going to take everything we can in here that's not pieces of actual dead people, like bone meal. I don't tend to take that because it's nasty. Although bone meal, again, if you're an alchemist, can have some uses, right? Shulk raisin we're going to take. Cloth neck wrap. There's our first real nice piece of armor right there. And also a very nice short sword. 22 damage for a short saber is extraordinarily good, guys. Now, we won't be able to use it against ghosts, but that should be our go-to weapon until we get to some better stuff. Silver is always worth taking. We're not going to take shin bones. No, absolutely not. This is a scroll of the Black Storm. Very cool scroll. Does some severe shock damage and magicka damage. But for us, we're going to be selling that because that also has a pretty high sell value. Got various alchemical ingredients and foodstuffs and seasonings here, which we'll go ahead and take. And you want to watch this meter here because that is your encumbrance. So if you go overweight on that meter, you can't even walk. It's not that you walk slower like other games. You literally can't walk anymore. Grave dust, no thanks. Not interested in that. Shears, not really. Racer plumes are very nice, so are ash salts. And we found our second book. Oh, well, we're having a little trouble with balancing on that rock. And we've got a glass dart, which is an incredibly rare piece of loot. That is super cool. And then we got the Lives of the Saints. So this is our second book. It's going to fill us in a little bit more on Morrowind's culture. If you would be wise, model your lives on the lives of the saints. If you would learn valor, follow Saint Nerevar the Captain, patron of warriors and statesmen. Lord Nerevar helped to unite the barbarian Dunmer tribes into a great nation, culminating in his martyrdom when leading the Dunmer to victory against the evil Dwemer and the traitorous House Dagoth in the Battle of Red Mountain. So, starting to get some history flavor in this world. If you would learn daring, follow Saint Veloth the Pilgrim, patron of outcasts and spiritual seekers. Saint Veloth, prophet and mystic, led the Dunmer out of the decadent home country of the Somerset Isles. So that's where the High Elves lived. The Altmer lived there, guys. And into the promised land of Morrowind. Saint Veloth also taught the difference between the good and the bad Daedra, and won the aid of the good Daedra for his people, while teaching how to carefully negotiate with the bad Daedra. More on that in future books, I'm sure. Daedra, to give you guys a little bit of a background there, when the gods created the mortal plane, they had to give up some of their divine power to create Nirn, which is the world that we all inhabit. The gods gave up their power willingly. The Aedra, also known as the divines or gods, the Daedra said, no, we're not giving up our power, we're keeping our power. As a result, Daedra maintained very, very powerful positions and influence over Nirn, whereas the gods only have the influence and power collectively that are given to them, almost as if they're a topol of sorts. They have the power given to them by their believers. So a little bit of background there to remember. If you would learn generosity, follow Saint Realms the Barefooted, patron of pilgrims and beggar's saint. Realms gave away her shoes, then dressed and appeared as a beggar to better acquaint herself with the poor. If you would learn self-respect and respect for others, follow Saint Erelor the Penitent, patron of tanners and miners. This foul criminal repented his sins and traveled a circuit of great pilgrimages on his knees. Imagine such a thing. If you would learn mercy and its fruits, follow Saint Saren the Merciful, patron of brewers, bakers, distillers. This pure virgin of modest aspect could heal all diseases at the price of taking the disease upon herself. Tough-minded and fearless, she took on the burdens of others and bore those burdens to an honored old age. If you would learn fierce justice, follow St. Thelmes the Bold, patron of butchers and fishmongers. This brave warlord slew the Nord invaders and drove them from our lands. He could neither read nor write, receiving inspiration directly from the lips of Almsevi. Now, there's a little bit of a lore inconsistency with that statement, and this is where you have to try to separate Dunmer mythology from Dunmer history, guys. So, the Nordic invasion happened in the early First Era, and this is where the Nords ruled Morrowind in the early First Era, right? They ruled all of Morrowind in most of the human areas. This was the Nordic Empire of the First Era. Now, you could argue that there were other Nordic invasions, but the main one was that Nordic Empire invasion. And all of that happened before the Tribunal Temple happened. Because the Tribunal Temple was established later in the First Era than the Nord invasions and the Nord Empire. So, how could he receive that from Almsevi themselves when, if the Nords he fought were the First Era Nordic Empire Nords, that happened before Almsevi was even established? See what I'm saying? So, that's the second thing you're going to learn. Not everything you read and hear, once again, it's not just with directions and quest directions, it's also with the actual world itself. You're listening to perspectives from people who may not be the most reliable of narrators. So this book is written from the perspective of the Tribunal Temple faithful, but already, if you have a firm grasp and knowledge of the history of Tamriel and Morrowind, you're thinking to yourself, that doesn't sound right, because Almsevi wasn't even a thing when the battles with the First Empire of Nords happened. And Thelmes is a saint of Almsevi, and in this book, Almsevi is credited with giving him his divine inspiration for warring with the Nords. So what's true and what's not true? Keeping in mind that the First Era happened thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, so it could all be bullshit at this point. And there was a dragon break in between, which is a whole nother fucking can of worms that we'll get into eventually. So what's real and what's false? Are they both real at the same time? As a dragon break leads us to the potential for? I don't know. I'm just a chucklefuck immersing myself in this world. Anyway, if you would learn pride of race and tribe, follow St. Roris the Martyr, patron of furnishers and caravanners. Captured by Argonians just before the Arnesian War, Roris proudly refused to renounce the tribunal faith and withstood the cruel tortures of Argonian sorcerers. Vengeance and justice for the martyred St. Roris was a rallying cry of the Arnesian War. If you would learn the rule of law and justice, follow St. Olms the Just, patron of chandlers. Now that St. Roris is probably the newest saint, by the way. Kind of a fun little factoid. Because that Arnesian War only happened a few decades ago. That was fairly new conflict. If you would learn the rule of law and justice, follow St. Olms the Just, patron of chandlers and clerks. Founder of the Ordinators, St. Olms conceived and articulated the fundamental principles of testing, ordeal, and repentance. So the Olms family to this day are high Endorial nobles, where most of the Ordinators, which are the holy soldiers of the Tribunal Temple, come from. If you would learn benevolence, follow St. Deln the Wise, patron of potters and glassmakers. St. Deln was head of House Endorial, a skilled lawyer, and author of many learned treatises on tribunal law and custom. If you would learn the love of peace, follow St. Maris the Peacemaker, patron of farmers and laborers. As a little girl, St. Maris showed healing gifts and trained as a healer. She ended a long and bloody house war, intervening on the battlefield in her white robe to heal warriors and spellcrafters without regard to faction. The troops of all house adopted white robes as her standard and refused to shed blood of their brethren. Very cool story. I wish we knew which house war that was. I don't necessarily know that we do. If you would learn reverence, follow St. Lothus the Pious, patron of tailors and dyers, contemporary and companion of the tribunals, and the best-loved Alma ruler of the tribunal temple. He formulated the central rituals and principles of the new temple faith. St. Lothus is the symbolic mortal bridge between the gods and the faithful and the archetypical priest. So basically, we learned a whole bunch of facets about tribunal faith from that right there, guys. Very cool stuff. And that's about it for this first adventure into this dungeon. Now, we'll be back here, but we really need to heal. We really need to heal before we delve into part 2 of this dungeon. So, what I'm going to do is we're gonna get out of here, and we can always come back later and finish this, but we're going to turn in our goods. We're going to get those paid for. And then we're going to go ahead and finish the tasks we have for Hariskar, because we're getting into the evening now. So we're going to do some tasks that are a little easier on our character while we lick these wounds, right? Or at least heal before heading out again. We need to find some method of healing. This is where that ring, honestly, would have come in handy, right? You'll notice our character moving at half the speed of snail, by the way. That's because we've got almost our entire encumbrance meter taken care of. And Eldefier, you gave us bad directions, lady. You sure gave us really bad directions. But we'll deal with you later on that, because we're actually kind of happy you led us into a tomb which had a lot of treasure, too. So I can't say I'm too bad, bent out of shape.
Welcome to Ariel's Trade House.
Hi, Ariel.
I barter for goods or coin. I also have a small selection of spells for sale. No credit. You want a little advice? That's free. That's all that's free. Would you like to hear about our most popular potions? Our most popular scrolls?
Actually, I will hear about that now, because we're actually in need of some healing. Do you have healing potions?
Cure common disease and cure blight disease potions are most popular with travelers. Fortify strength, endurance, speed, agility are very helpful in combat. Fortify personality is popular with merchants and shy persons. Of course, Fortify fatigue keeps you fighting at your best. Restore health and restore fatigue are perhaps our most popular items.
Nice. That's what we need.
For a short burst of power during a fight, you can't beat Grief, Shane, Flynn, Mazti, and Sujama.
Okay, and your scrolls?
Vigor and Vitality are our best-selling bargain items, restoring fatigue and health respectively. Almcivi Intervention and Divine Intervention transport you instantly to the nearest temple or nearest Imperial Shrine. Good for routine or emergency transportation. Heartwise helps with persuasion. Summons skeletal minion, brings help in a jiffy. And Drathus's Winter Guest does a lot of damage at a touch. Handy to whittle a too tough opponent down to size.
So what did we just learn there, guys? We learned a lot, actually. So, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. That's kind of the whole point of this stream, is the real, actual currency isn't leveling up and power and items. It's knowledge. It's knowledge of this world and how to properly traverse this world. And knowledge of the things in this world that can help you to success. So we just learned that there's various potions that do all sorts of things. Not just heal you, they can also boost your stats. There's scrolls that can literally get you out of danger and take you back to towns. There's things that can damage your enemies. You can even drink alcohol to get a boost in your strength to do more damage. Well, we were hungry, so we're going to go ahead and eat a hot meal. This is a good time to... We're going to go with a nutritious stew. I think that'll be tasty for us. Top off the needs meter. And then we're going to get to bartering with this guy and trade in some of this stuff. I can't part with the glass dart. That's too rare an item. That's probably going to go in the vault. That's probably going to go in my treasure vault eventually. I really like that. But let's see how much money we get for all this stuff, shall we? Same with the ruby. I don't think we need to sell the ruby right now. And I kind of want to keep it for an eventual house to show off all the wealth my character will eventually make here. We're going to keep the bottle. We can't sell this because it's an illegal item, and that's flagged as. If we try to sell that, he'll turn our ass into the guards. And that's a mod called the buying game is what that's called. Cork bowl barrels are almost useless damage-wise, so we don't want those. Wick wheat, don't care. We're going to keep bread for on-the-fly eating. We're going to have him also refill our bottle for what it's worth. And that's too good of a sword to pass up and sell, so we're not going to do that either. Okay. I think we're good. So all in all, that trip made us probably $230. It did. So the next thing we want to do is we want to have him refill our water bottle.
Welcome to Aril's Trade House.
It just cost us 1 gold. Well worth it. Well, we didn't do it. Let's try it again.
Aril's Trade House.
There we go. We're going to equip these greaves, which are a really good item. And man, that character looks pretty good, actually. I really like that. And bear with me real quick, guys. My phone's about to die, and if I lose that, I'll lose my chat. So let me briefly go grab a charger, and I'll be right back. And it just happened. I was too late, but we're getting it booted up here, and in the meantime, I'll just kind of tab over when I need to check for chat. Not too active anyway right now, so we're good there. Oh, we can also sell this kite and short bow. I forgot about that. So one last talk with Ariel. Buddy, you gotta get new greetings. You gotta get new greetings.
No credit. You want a little advice?
13 gold, not bad. We'll up that to 14.
Would you like to hear about our most popular potions, our most popular scrolls?
And he said he has restore health, but here's a fun fact: he actually doesn't have restore health. Not potions. He does have an expensive scroll called Restore Vitality, but he wants 112 gold for that, and by the time he puts his markup on it, yeah, that's almost all of what we just made in that dungeon, so no, we're not doing that. That's not happening. The other only thing I wanted to look at with him was spells. And we don't really have anything we can use spell-wise. So his selection of spells, not great for our particular skill set. So yeah, until we get some sleep, we're done with Dungeoneering. Now the sun is starting to come down. It's 5 p.m. So we've actually got some time to do some other questing too while we're here. So we're going to probably look into that. Still got the Black Storm Scrolls too, which I'll keep for now. Let's do some less dangerous work for now. And let's look at the request board. Alright, I am but a poor and ignoble fishwife. House Halalu is after the only possession I have to my name, the small patch of dirt that the Imperials call my land. And now to add to my troubles, I may soon die of starvation. The fish simply haven't been biting, and one such as I will never be able to take on the mud crabs in the swamps for my food. If you can, and would bring to me their meat, I will be able to pay for 5 portions, but no more. So we're going to go ahead and take that request. That's fighting mud crabs. Mud crabs, for the uninitiated, are some of the absolutely easiest enemies in the entire game, guys. Mud crabs are absolutely the enemies you want to be fighting. They don't do hardly any damage. They're easy to evade. They're slow. We can hunt some mud crabs with the best of them, even at level 1. And even with our health bar as damaged as it is, I don't fear much danger from the mud crabs. So we're going to try that. So I guess our first step here would be to go and to speak with Indrel, which is yet another poor commoner that we're put in touch with in Seyda Neen. This seems to be a trend. This seems to be a real trend. And I don't necessarily know what we do about that. Like, this town, these people just seem to be really under the yoke of not just the Empire, but their own great house, right? And the thing is, at this part in our game, I don't know if there's anything we can do for the people of Seyda Neen. We just alleviate their suffering as best we can. That's about all we can do. Let's save our game. There's another new gamer tip that are coming into this. Save often. Even vanilla Morrowind is prone to crashing. And the amount of mods I've added to this game's rickety 20-plus-year-old skeleton, it's astounding it works at all and hasn't crashed yet, to be honest. So that's Teleri Helvey. That's not who we're looking for. We're looking for an Indrel Rethian. There's a fisherman, but that's a fisherman. We're looking for a fisherwoman. There she is. Hello there. You blocking the bridge.
So, you're new to Seyda Neen, and you'd like some help finding your way around. Very simple. Go ahead, ask away. Looking for services, some specific place, someone in particular, just need a little advice, whatever it is, I'd be happy.
I'm actually here for you. Your note. Yes, Musera. I need some food or I fear I will starve. I haven't eaten in nearly a week. I begged Aril for some food, but he said that I needed to pay like everyone else. There are many mud crabs in the swamps of the Bitter Coast, but I fear I am no match for them. Perhaps you could gather some of their meat for me? So we learned a couple, please help me, Musera. So there's 2 paths available to us to complete this, right? She mentioned she asked Aril, our friend. He told her no. But maybe he will have better luck, and that'll save us from having to go out and murder mud crabs, which is a very tedious thing to murder and skin mud crabs with the Ashfall mod.
Welcome to Aril's Trade House. I barter for goods or coin.
And we've got a very good disposition with Aril, so we're going to try that first.
You want a little advice? That's free. That's all that's free. Would you like to hear about our most popular potions? Our most popular scrolls?
Now, I just want to point out to people that this is where consequences for your choices come into play, guys. If I had not given if I had kept that healing ring for myself, if I had not given Fargoth that healing ring, where would we be right now? We would have nowhere near the amount of disposition necessary to do this. We would have had to try to persuade him, and speechcraft is kind of a dicey thing with traders who typically have high mercantile and high speechcraft skills. So it's very possible that a level 1 character with a low speechcraft, which most characters will have, and without the boost of helping Aril's friend Fargoth, it's very possible that she would be blocked off from completing this quest this way and would have to go hunt mud crabs. Fortunately, I'm friends with Aril. I made a good decision back then. I gave his best friend the ring that the guards had shaken him down for. And as a result of that, I've unlocked this shortcut for questing. I'm here about Andrell's note. Is there anything we can do to get her some mud crab meat? Very well, my friend. I'll do her a favor for you. Let her know that she will have a hot meal on the house the next time she stops by. There it is. And so we were able to use our level of intimacy with Aril, us being a good friend of his, through our actions helping his friend, and that just boomeranged to the point where we now are able to get her a meal without hunting mud crabs. Aril agreed to let you eat. You managed to convince Aril to give me some food? I don't know what to say, Musera. Omsivi bless you. Omsivi is the gods of the Tribunal Temple. Alexia, Vivek, and Sothasil. I know it's not much, but take this. May it bring you luck in your travels. Indrell's lockpick has been added to your inventory. Thanks again, Musera. I'll never forget your kindness. Now, what is Indrell's lockpick? Well, it actually gives us a couple of details here. Number one, it kind of gives us a little bit of insight into Indrell's past. So Indrell is another survivor like us. The fact that she has a lockpick means that she does what she needs to survive, whether it's beg, whether it's steal, whatever she has to do. The other thing to look at is this lockpick is a little bit higher quality than the apprentice's lockpick. It's actually but slightly lower than the journeyman's lockpick, so it's a little bit better in that particular regard. Very cool little detail and wrinkle. And as security experts, we're going to use lockpicks well. Still got some time to burn. 6 p.m. But it is time to start getting set up for our night vigil. Let's go figure out what's going on with Vidunius, shall we? Now, he's another person who mentioned, hey, go take the Silt Strider. And so let's go see about that discount. Not that we're going to necessarily take the Silt Strider, but I am interested to see fulfill his little advice chain, right?
Why walk when you can ride?
So meet Darvain Halaran. This is and her Silt Strider. These are the giant bugs that Vidunius Nucius told us about, and Celis Gravius told us about. And basically what these Silt Striders do is they transport you to different areas of Morrowind. So Balmora being marked on our map along with Moonmoth and Pelagian. Now, they won't take us to Pelagian because that's an Imperial settlement, but it will take us to the next Dunmer settlement with a Silt Strider, which is Balmora.
This is the seaport village of Seyda Neen, outland in the Bitter Coast region. I'm a caravan, and I manage the Silt Strider port. Tell me your destination if you're looking for a ride. Or if you're new to Seyda Neen, I can help you with local services, or any specific place in Seyda Neen you're looking for. Or if you want someone in particular, maybe I know where to look.
Well, we'll talk about destination later in Silt Striders. I do want to hear about that, but I'm actually here about your friend Vidunius Nucius.
Oh, yes. He steers business my way, and I do him a little favor now and then. Poor fellow. I don't think he's happy here on Vardenfell.
So we have another instance of a Seyda Neen citizen who's unhappy with his lot here. This is going to allow us to expand our lore of the town, by the way. But let's go to have a talk with him and see what's going on there. A little bit of a chinwag with Vidunius. And there's Vidunius looking longingly. There he is, looking longingly at the ship that will maybe change his fortunes, yes?
No, go ahead. I hope I can help. What's your question?
So I'm told that you're yet another unhappy citizen of Seyda Neen, Vidunius. What's going on, man?
Not happy here. In fact, no, I'm not. If I had 100 drakes, I'd be on the next boat to Narcissus. I came here to make my fortune, and all I've got is this cursed ring. Say, would you give me 100 drakes for it? The ring itself is worth more than that, but the enchantment is cursed, and no one will buy it from me. It has a nifty little enchantment that helps you run faster. Problem is, it sucks the blood right out of you every time you use it. Please, you'll be doing me a real favor.
So it's another quest that involves a ring, another quest that involves an unhappy Seyda Neen citizen. And more interesting to me, it's somebody who came to Seyda Neen to make their fortune. Now that's really interesting, guys. So what I'm going to follow up with is speculation, okay? It's entirely speculative. I suspect that Vidunius Nucius came here because there were originally larger plans for the Imperial presence in Seyda Neen. Seyda Neen is one of the oldest landmarks, the Grand Pharos Lighthouse on Vardenfell, administered by Balmora to honor the memory of Brever Halalu and guide other Halalu home. So it has a historical and cultural significance to the Halalu. It also has a strategic importance to the Empire, and so it makes sense as a coastal village that this would be one of the first places that the Imperials would bring a presence, especially after losing the fort post-Simulacrum. So you got to look at the timeline. Simulacrum happens 399 Third Era, okay? Now, in terms of opening up for colonization, Vardenfell opens for colonization in 414 Third Era, okay? So 414, it opens up for colonization, and that is when the Imperial presence in Seyda Neen begins. So immediately, not only was there an Imperial presence established on Vardenfell, but Celis Gravius, a fucking knight-errant, was sent here as well. Why would they send a knight-errant here and establish him as part of this town unless they were going to eventually put a fort here to bolster the Imperial presence with the Lighthouse and the Census and Excess office? I suspect that this was originally going to be the site of an Imperial fort to replace the lost Fort Firemoth until it could be retaken. But I think that there was another place that a fort was built that was more strategic even than the Lighthouse of Grand Pharos to the Empire's interest. And I think that as a result of that, plans were abandoned for the fort to go here, and instead the fort was built somewhere else. Look at the year here, and I'm going to show you the year when we get done with this conversation. We're going to help this guy out. I'm curious about this ring.
Thank you. You're a lifesaver. I'll head straight to Ebonheart and grab the next boat out of here. I think that's the fastest way off this island. Thanks again. And I hope your luck here is better than mine was.
So we just learned something else that's going to help us with getting into Tamriel Rebuilt's mod eventually. The fastest way to get off Vardenfell Island is through the docks of Old Ebonheart. So we can't get off of. We looked at the boat here in Seyda Neen. The boat to Seyda Neen takes us to other places on the island. It doesn't take us to the mainland. But he just dropped a clue that if we do want to go to the mainland, we can get to the mainland by going to Ebonheart City. New Ebonheart specifically. More on that lore when we finally arrive there. Now to examine this ring that he gave us, it damages 10 health on self and fortifies athletics 5 points for 60 seconds on self. Now I'm gonna be real with you guys. New players, that's a terrible trade-off. That's a really bad trade-off. I do like to have this ring in my possession throughout the entire playthrough, though. Specifically because it reminds us of how far we've come as we get more and more into Morrowind's story, lore, and our character grows in reputation and fame. That's kind of my first trinket on the island, basically. Remembering that Nuccius's luck was bad, and that hopefully I'll have better luck here than his, as he stated. Now, if we look at time, what year is it? It's turned as 16th of last season. It doesn't list a year. So I'm not sure what year Morrowind takes place in, but it's not too far behind the establishment of colonization. Let me actually look that up real quick. What year does Morrowind take place in? Because I can never remember. 427, so not very far after, right? Not very far at all after. 414 to 427. So 13 years later. So we are 13 years into Seyda Neen's newer buildings. Those newer buildings, these here are Real's Trade House. These newer houses from the colonies, the Census and Nexus. All of those buildings are only about 13 to 14 years old, with the most ancient structure, of course, being the cobbled-together Grand Pharos Lighthouse. And that's where we're heading right now. We'll go in, we'll have a talk with the lighthouse keeper, and then we'll head up to start our night vigil on Fargoth. The Grand Pharos. Now this lighthouse, once again, for a reminder for folks that just got here, this is a cobbled-together lighthouse that was put together
Outlander.
out of pieces of the wreckage from the Seyda Neen.
Yes. What brings you to the Seyda Neen Lighthouse?
Tell us a little bit about that, will you?
This is a very important lighthouse, which prevents dozens of ships from crashing onto the rocks every year. Not to mention guiding Imperial captains into port. I am the keeper of the lighthouse, a job made easier when we have a steady supply of light wood.
Okay. Well, tell us about these Imperial captains.
Many of the ships from the Empire that dock here are not familiar with the Inner Sea, or they were appointed by family connections instead of earning their rank. In any case, some of them have a very difficult time finding Seyda Neen, even with the lighthouse.
So, another little hint that the Empire is a little bit corrupted and incompetent at times. A lot of nepotism at play. Looks like without this lighthouse, the Imperial captains would be a little bit lost. Now, granted, you need a lighthouse even if you're a good captain. But she doesn't seem to think that highly of the Imperial captains either. Which is just something to note, right? So let's make our way up the lighthouse here. And it's almost as if somebody's already set up for us. So we're going to go ahead and take that. And we've got another book. This one called The Race Wedding Dowry. So let's take a look at what we can learn about this world from this book. So first and foremost, we've just picked up our first skill book. It increased our unarmored skill, which is if you're a hand-to-hand fighter. If you're punchy, increase that to 6, which you can tell my skills in that are very low. We're not going to be punching many people. But that said, let's take a quick peek and see what we've got here. So the Race Wedding Dowry is a story by Voltha Grawyamwort, translated by Opthorn. So it looks like what we have here is it looks like an Orcish story. Those are Orcish names. So it looks like we have an Orcish story. The poets are right. There is something life-changing about being in love, said Kepkajna Graminfang, sometimes called the Wraith. I haven't wanted to rob anyone or anything in weeks. Why, the other day I saw the door wide open at a wealthy merchant's house, but my mind was fully occupied with what I should wear on my wedding day. You have been out of the right society for very long now, frowned her friend Cargol approvingly. You never told me what happened to your first husband. You know, the one the shaman gave you? Torn apart by Ashgul, smiled Kanja dreamily. Now, that's kind of an interesting inconsistency. And keep in mind, I think we can explain this by looking at the translator. So it was translated by someone named Apthorn. Apthorn is probably the name of an Altmer, a high elf. And so he probably mistranslated Ashgul for some other creature that is native to Orsinium and the orcs' homeland, right? So, you never told me what happened to your first husband, you know, the one the shaman gave you, torn apart by Ashguls, smiled Kepjana dreamily. It was rather saddish, but I know nothing like that would happen to Wadwarg. No life of adventure for him. He's practically an Imperial. In fact, he is one. Did I tell you how we met? Hundreds of times, grumbled Cargol, reaching for his flagon. He was your jailer, and he refused you food until you promised to marry him. Have you ever heard of anything so madly romantic in all your life? Sighed Kepkajna, and then grew serious. I was going to say that I hope my old friends will wish me well, but as old Bosrael used to say, there's no point in hoping for what cannot be. We'll leave with the Imperial Knights for Balmora immediately after the wedding, but as long as we're in Dagenfell, the gang will find some way of disrupting my love life and bring me back to the light. I know it. Okay, so we're actually in Vardenfell in this story. So it very well could be that in northern Vardenfell there could have been an Ashgul that tore apart her husband. So, okay, never mind. Lore inconsistency does not need to be explained. As the days approached toward the race wedding day, there was certainly something sinister in the air that Kepkajna could smell when she was not transported by heady bliss. Dark figures seemed to shift in the shadows and disappear when approached. She recognized the clothing of some beggars near Wadwarg's cottage as costumes, but the mendicants hurried away before she could recognize which of her old gang was stalking her. But these moments of apprehension were few. Kepkajna was truly happy, making arrangements for the ceremony to be performed at the very dungeon where Wadwarg had imprisoned her. Her father was long since dead, another victim of the Ashguls, but her fiancé's commander volunteered to act in his behalf. Of course, Kepkajna had to supply her own dowry. She spent every last mark of her savings of ill-gotten gain to buy her beloved a truly wonderful present. The wedding night was set for the stroke of midnight, as is Orc tradition. The handmaidens, wives of Imperial officers, were busy sewing her into her gown of red velvet and fine gold filigree. In the mid-morning, Dulceta, one of the handmaidens, remarked that she had heard that Kepkajna had brought Wadwarg a truly beautiful gift for her dowry. Let me show it to you, Kepkajna giggled, dashing from the room, half-dressed to her hidden alcove. The present had been stolen. The women were horrified, but the Wraith herself found herself merely irritated, not surprised. This was truly the old gang style. They knew that a wedding ceremony without a dowry was marked as unlucky. She asked her handmaidens to finish dressing her quickly while she pondered what the burglars would have done with her treasure. The whole region was honeycombed with secret lairs and abandoned sites thieves used to store their loot. There were obvious places, of course, but after much reflection, she thought of where she would have put it under similar circumstances. Once the handmaids had finished, Kepkajna bade them to make certain that the ceremony went on as scheduled, and not to fret as she might be a little late. She wrapped herself in a shawl to protect her gown from the dungeon dust, and set off for the shrine of Malkath. The Wraith had never before attempted to rob her own friends, and although she was peeved at them for trying to ruin her happiness, she had no interest in hurting them physically. Her style was to avoid conflict, though she knew it would be inevitable. The lessons her mentor Cargol had given her had helped her avoid the lances and blades of guards and Imperial Knights over the years. Now she would see if they would allow her to survive a den of thieves and unknown dangers of the shrine, without, most importantly, ruining her dress. The desolate place was so empty as she delved into that she feared she might have made a miscalculation. It was not until she found the small room hidden along a long corridor that she knew she was at the right place, and it was well suited for an ambush. She grabbed the chest with her treasure within and turned to face the assault. Two of her old gang, Yoram and Yore the Redguard, twin brother and sister, were outside the door as she came from the room. They knew that the Wraith better than to taunt her and immediately attacked. Yoram struck out with a left thrust of his blade, while Yorai sought to rush her. The Wraith neatly sidestepped Yorai while dropping her weight to her rear leg, shifting her right shoulder to the left to slip past Yoram's strike. The twins crashed into one another, and Kapkajna passed swiftly on. Almost immediately she was set on by Argonian Binyar, his mace whistling through the air at her head. They had never much liked one another. The Wraith snapped into a duck, so the mace whacked with a tremendous clamor against a stone wall. Binyar was thrown off balance, giving her a few seconds lead, hurrying up the passage. Ahead, she could smell the fresh night air. The last of her dowry's defenders was Sorokth, the orc, with whom she had shared a brief romance. It was he who Kapkajna knew had masterminded the theft. In a way and in context, she thought, his devotion to her misery was rather sweet. At the moment, though, she was most concerned with avoiding his barbed axe that seemed ideal for breaking her dresses, fine stitchwork, and the flesh beneath. Bending her knees slightly, bobbing to avoid strikes to the head, weaving her head to confuse Sorokth of her next move, shuffling her feet arrhythmically, the Wraith made an impossible target. She ducked inside his thrusts, sidestepped his swings, and sidesteps his thrusts, and ducked his swings. And as erratic as she tried to make her defensive moves, Sorokth still kept pace with her, refusing to budge from his position at the dungeon outlet. Midnight was fast approaching, and the Wraith had finally decided that she must end the confrontation. When Sorokth swung out next, she sidestepped to her left, swayed down, and ducked her head, so the axe whistled over her right shoulder. In an instant, his right side was exposed, and she reluctantly smashed the chest hard into his torso. There was not enough time for Kapkajna to see if she had killed him or merely knocked him unconscious. In truth, she thought nothing else but rushing to her wedding ceremony. At precisely midnight, Wadwarg and Kapkajna were united together. He was delighted with her dowry gift, a fine suit of armor that would make him the envy of other Imperial jailers. Even more, he was enchanted by his wife's tale of retrieving it from the Shrine of Malakath. Did it occur to you to put on the armor when you knew that it was an ambush, she asked. I didn't want to dent your present, she replied, between the kisses, and I certainly didn't want to wrinkle my gown. So, some fun things about that story that I wanted to kind of go over. Number one, it puts us in northern Morrowind, which actually has been open to Nords and Orcs far, far more than the island of Vardenfell itself. So Sheogorath region is an archipelago to the north, immediately to the north of Morrowind, that has had a Nord presence and an Orc presence for a long time. There is a couple of Orc shrines to Malakath in that region, including one where you'll actually converse with the Daedra Lord himself. And I actually believe that that is the shrine that this book happened in. So we're going to take that story, and we'll read through that story again when we arrive at the Daedric Ruin that I suspect this story happened in. Now, how fucking cool is that, chat? That not only is there a fictional story written for flavoring of this world, but that it's very, very possible that the developers had the actual dungeon itself in mind and have placed it in the world itself for us to visit. I can't wait to get there. And we will take that book with us when we do. So we have a beautiful sunset there. And this would actually be a very, very good place to paint the village of Seyda Neen from. And we can basically get the whole village, aside from the lighthouse, which honestly deserves its own painting anyway. So that's the story of the race wedding dowry. And when we finally get up to Sheogorad, and we head, thereabouts right here, I'll show you where I actually suspect, it's speculation, but I will show you the actual Shrine of Malakath that I think the race wedding dowry happened in. For now, we're going to have a vigil waiting for Fargoth to see if we can find out where he's stashing his money. And in the meantime, while we do that, I'm going to go grab some more to drink, and I'm going to order some food. And so, if you guys got to get some food, get some drinks, if you got to take a shit, this is kind of a good place to take a break. I'm going to go ahead and put a thing up saying we'll be right back, since I'm sure you guys don't want to necessarily stare at this the whole fucking time. And this will be an opportunity for kind of an intermission, if you want. So, in the meantime, we will go ahead. I'll leave it up to you guys. We'll just leave this up. We don't need an intermission screen. But I'm not going to be here for a little while, because it's going to be a few hours before Fargoth actually starts to make his move. And this is a good opportunity for me to go grab some food and drinks. So, all right, I'm going to go silent for a little while. Before I go, Phil, One Up Collects, is in the chat. What's up, Phil? Oh, I was messaging you. 4:30 Central Standard Time is Ardenfell, correct? Yes. Hello, Phil. I see you, buddy. We're doing something, man. But yes, it's 4:30. Yeah, it's not time for Ardenfall right now. It's time for Morrowind right now. But at 4:30, yes, we will absolutely be doing the Ardenfall stream with Moscow. 100%, man. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. Well, 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 look who we just caught dropping off his stash. Is my timing impeccable or what? So that's perfect. So what we're going to do is now we know where his stash is. He's storing it right down there. We're going to go sleep off these wounds. And in the morning, after Fargoth is far away from the stash, we'll go retrieve it. Talk about perfect timing coming back, though. Hi, buddy. Phil says, "Okay, I sent the dev a link to your channel. Awesome, buddy. That's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have fun with Ardenfall. I'm very much looking forward to it as a fan of Morrowind, and my understanding is they are fans of Morrowind too. So hopefully we have a good time with it."
Welcome to Arrow's Trade House.
Oh, you're not who we talk to for rooms. We gotta go upstairs for that. So it's time to rent a room for the night. Soon, buddy. Very soon.
You like to dance close to the fire, don't you?
I do. It's warm to dance there.
Are you interested in jobs like that? Not afraid of getting caught, are you?
I'm interested in jobs, but I have a tendency to take one job at a time. Roughlod. So we'll check in with you in the morning after I've completed what we're doing for Riskar.
We rent beds. I have some goods for barter. What do you want?
I will take a bed and a hot meal. Let's take some aromatic soup this time.
Yes, we have one available. 10 gold for the rest of the day. Do you want it?
I do. You sound so enthused.
Great. The bed is yours. Enjoy your stay.
I need it. I need some rest, man. So up here we got a nifty little attic room here for guests. We're going to take this as an opportunity to save our game. And we're going to sleep our wounds off. It's 11 p.m. Let's do a good 8 hours. That'll get us bright up and at 'em at 6 a.m. to go retrieve Fargoth's stash. Alrighty. We've nearly healed our wounds that way. Oh, poor Fargoth. Boy, you really think somebody's hunting you, don't you, buddy? We'll just have to get behind here and we'll go into sneak mode so he can't see us. And boom. Now, there's something about this character, some internal consistency for you guys. We could go ahead and take that ring back, and it would be useful to us. But my character never switches pace on a job that he accepted. I gave that ring back to Fargoth. I'm a man of my word and character. We're not going to take that from him. But I will take the gold. Because once again, I always complete a job. So boom. We'll leave him the ring. Everything else comes back to me.
What's your story? You were supposed to find Fargoth's hiding place. Were you able to?
I was.
You found his hiding place? That's great. Tell you what, I'll give you 100 gold, and you can keep anything else that you found in there. Thanks for your help.
No problem, buddy. We'll have to see about that game of 9 holes later.
Good that you found that for me, friend. I'll make that little fetcher pay for lying to me. Although I've got to be honest, it is kind of fun messing with the little guy. I like to take something from his place and stick it in that old barrel in the census and excise courtyard. Give the new arrivals something to look forward to.
Isn't he such a nice guy, Chad? Isn't he so nice? Can't say I'm going to regret not working with you again. Now, you had something for us, and we're going to check into that, but we got a couple more tasks that I want to do first. So remember that tomb we were in? It's time to go finish that tomb. Time to go clean up. See what else we can find in there. All right. Now, the last time we were here, there was a door that was blocked. So what we need to do is we need to kind of really look around here and see if there's another route to the heart of the tomb. So here's a corridor we didn't entirely look at. And oh, look at that. One, there's a very, very useful torch. Number two, there's a dead adventurer, and he has on him a small pack of explosives. So we're going to take that, and maybe we can blow our way into the later aspects of the tomb. Now you'll notice here that there's a crack in this wall. It's a little bit damaged, a little bit brittle from time. We're going to place that explosive and we are going to fucking run behind this pillar. Oh, that was close. And just like that, we have found our way forward, chat. More ectoplasm, some dire frost arrows. That'll be useful later on. We're not taking grave dust. We'll take some fatigue potions, some rat meat, some meteor slime, which is an extraordinarily rare ingredient, by the way. Soul gems. And we're going to leave the grave dust. We don't take remains. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. Here's a wrapped century Kwama egg, which is a cool enough treasure where I'll probably keep that. That's really cool. We'll find out. We'll talk a little bit more about Kwama eggs soon. They're not really relevant for Seyda Neen, but here and other places we're going to be going, they're extraordinarily relevant. In fact, they're one of the main food supplies the Dunmer rely on. Consolations of Prayer, and a wooden staff of chastening, emerald. So we are finding some really, really good stuff in here. And we've got a book, so we can kind of look at our lore and expand on that a little bit. Through the bounty of Blessed Almsevi, Triune Grace, and all the hosts of saints, and we just read about the lives of the saints in the last book we read, have the faithful who pray at the temple shrines may be granted blessings through the miraculous sacraments of prayer and devotion. The three-sided shrines betoken the three-faced benison of Omsivi, and may be found in temples or at sites of pilgrimage, or at pilgrim waysides, or in the tomb of the sanctified. What benefits may be gained shall be listed herein for the edification of the worshipper or pilgrim. So did you hear that, guys? You know those three-sided trialists that we saw in the front chamber? That's the shrines that they're talking about here, guys. All shrines grant cures of common diseases, of blight diseases, and of afflictions of poison. Very useful. Those shrines bearing the images of Vivek, Almalexia, and Solthasil may grant the blessing of Omsivi restoration, which also restores damaged attributes, and the three blessings of Omsivi, Vivek's mystery for good fortune, Soul of Solthasil for magical power, and Lady's grace for endurance of hardships. Very fucking cool. Furthermore, those shrines bearing the images of the saints may also grant a particular blessing of that saint, which are going to be listed for you here. And it just lists you in-game what these shrines do for your characters. The faithful are granted these blessings when they pray at the shrines and make a modest donation. The blessed of initiate rank and higher of the temple have already made their devotions in service and piety, and need only pray at the shrines to receive their benefits. And Omsivi is generous, so even the unbeliever may receive a blessing if he prays, if he proves his respect with a generous donation. So what that basically amounts to is that is a in-game book identifying very real gameplay potential for players. And that is that if you get a disease, if you get poisoned, if your attributes are affected, you can pray at these shrines and receive relief, essentially. And so once again, for people who look into their surroundings and environment, for people who read, for people who pay attention, there's even more that it gives you. This game gives as much as you take out of it, but it only gives as much effort as you're willing to put in. I don't know if you replied to me or not. I stepped away from the stream for a little bit. Yeah, I saw it, buddy. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's going to be a lot of fun here. Uh-oh. Got a ghostess. A ghostess with the mostest. Not anymore. Alright, now we've got the anticipations. More knowledge for us here. And do you see how as we read these books and we look at the world around us and we speculate and we gather information, do you see how the world of Morrowind is coming together for us before we even set foot in a tribunal temple? It's very, very cool, guys. So the Daedra are powerful ancestor spirits, similar in form and substance to the tribunal, blessed be their holy names, but weaker in power and more arbitrary, and removed from the affairs of mortals. Now that second part is true. The Daedra are very much removed from the affairs of mortals in general, compared to the tribunal, which are much more in the affairs of mortals. I think it is questionable as to whether the tribunal are more powerful than the Daedra. That is questionable, if we're talking about reality. In old times, the Chimer worshipped the Daedra as gods, but they did not deserve this veneration, for the Daedra harm their worshippers as often as help them. The advent of the tribunal, blessed be their holy names, changed this unhappy state. By the apotheosis, the tribunal, blessed be their holy names, became the protectors and high ancestor spirits of the Dunmer and bade the Daedra to give proper veneration and obedience. The three good Daedra, Boethia, Azura, and Mephala, that's who I worship, by the way. I'm a Mephala worshiper. Recognize the divinity of the triune ancestors, blessed be their holy names. The rebel Daedra, Molag Bal, Malakath, and Shigarath, and Maroon's Dagon, refused to swear fealty to the tribunal, blessed be their holy names, and their worshippers were cast out. These rebel Daedra have thus become the four corners of the House of Troubles, and they continue to plague our tranquility and tempt the unwary into heresy and dark worship. The priests of the temple remain ever vigilant for signs of the adversary's return, sometimes aided by the loyal three good Daedra, who are familiar with the wiles of their rebellious kin. The good Daedra are known to the temple as the Anticipations, since they are the early ancestral anticipations of the loving patronage of the tribunal. So what that means, guys, is those Daedra that you used to worship, they're still important. But Boethia, Mephala, and Azura were just a sign of the true gods coming, which are Vivek, Almalexia, and Sultasil. And that's how they explain this to the Dunmer. So yes, those are powerful spirits, but those were heralds of our future coming. So Boethia is the anticipation of Almalexia, but male to her female. Boethia was the ancestor who illuminated the elves ages ago, before the mythic era. He told them the truth of Lorkhan's test and defeated Oriel's champion, Trinimac. Boethia ate Trinimac and voided him. The followers of Boethia and Trinimac rubbed the soil of Trinimac upon themselves and changed their skin. So this is the Dunmer myth for why the Chimer went from gold skin like the Altmer, and they went from golden skin to dark skin of the Dark Elves. So that's kind of a creation myth for the Dunmer people right there. Very cool. Now, that's only one myth. There's another story to how the Dunmer got their dark elven skin, and we will get to that at another time. Mephala is the anticipation of Vivek, but manifold and androgynous. Mephala taught the Chimer to evade their enemies or kill them with secret murder. The Chimer were few in those days and threatened on all sides. Mephala taught the Chimer to build houses. Later, Mephala created the Morag Tong. And we'll learn a lot more about the Morag Tong too. It's one of the many factions we're going to join. Azura is the anticipation of Sothasil, but female to his male. Azura was the ancestor who taught the Chimer how to be different from the Altmer. Her teachings are sometimes attributed to Boethia. In the stories, Azura is often encountered more as a communal progenitor of the race as a whole rather than an individual ancestor. She is associated with dusk and dawn and is sometimes called the Mother Soul. Azura's star, also called the Twilight Star, appears briefly at dawn and dusk low on the horizon below the constellation of the Steed. Remember when we read about the constellations, guys? Azura is associated with mystery and magic, fate, and prophecy. And you'll remember that there was a woman when we started the game that was giving us a prophecy and stating we have been chosen to fulfill it in our fevered dreams. Could that voice have been Azura? Time will tell, won't it? But, so what do we learn here? We learn once again, we learned a little bit about the 7 of the 16 Daedra, the Daedra that are important to Morrowind. Azura, Boethia, Mephala, Mehrunes Dagon, Shigarath, Malakath, Molag Bal. Some Daedra are good, some Daedra are bad. And they also tell us a little bit about the god that they anticipated. So, for example, note that both Mephala and Bivek are considered to be androgynous. That is, having aspects of both male and female. Oh, we got Phil here. We are at that orc shrine you talked about. No, not at all, Phil. No, we're not there yet. That's way up north. But there is a shrine that I do believe I know exactly what shrine that the race wedding dowry events in that book happened in. And I'll point it out when we finally get there. Please note that could be dozens of videos later. But now we have the Anticipations, which is another really cool book that kind of tells us a little bit about what's going on here. Now, we're just in some random tomb right now. We're in some rando tomb. And our torch ran out. Damn, but just in time for, hopefully, to find another torch is what I'm hoping. Also, we're going to have to go back and sell loot again here soon. And I think that actually might be it right there. Yep, 72. So before we continue on, we'll kill this ghost real quick. But before we finalize and head on to the last few chambers, we're going to have to go sell our loot. And this is how you make your start in Morrowind, guys. You find loot, you gather ingredients, you sell them, you use it to upgrade and buy better equipment, or get training, or get spells, or get potions and scrolls, and you just go back and forth from there, man. Now, my character is really, really slow. Your character will probably be faster than my character, who's an old man who just got out of jail. So please understand that. I don't want you guys to think that, oh my god, is this how fast my character is going to move? Probably not. Your character will probably be faster than this if you built him in a different way. Which you almost certainly will. You're going to build your own character in your own way. But he's really, really slow, especially when we start getting lots of encumbrance and equipment. But our athletics keeps increasing, and that's going to help that speed. This game has as much or as little reading as you decide, yes. Yeah, this is like the super long-winded version of the game that I'm playing in this playthrough. Yeah, you can just go into tombs and kill shit. But you'll miss all of the really cool details of the world. And honestly, Phil, that's why I encourage you to be a reader in this game. There's other games that if all you're doing is looting and killing shit, they play a lot better than Morrowind, to be honest with you. If you're not immersing yourself in the world, Skyrim's over there, and it's probably a better experience for people, is what I tell them. But the world here, the world building and the lore and the detail is unparalleled in Morrowind. And that's why I can't stop coming back to this god-tier game.
I barter for goods or coin. I also have a small selection of spells for sale.
Yeah, I know, buddy. I know.
Little advice? That's free. That's all that's free.
Oh, no, we want to keep that. That's a treasure. I don't see many of those. We're keeping that. We're keeping our Century Quama egg. You can have the regular Quama egg. Give me 1 second, guys. My food's calling me. Alright, guys, we're checking to see if there's something available that might be able to replace my food, so I'm going to keep playing.
She told me to tell you.
Well, that was weird. Anyway, let's see here. Where were we? Is this a new character? Because we still have adventures. This is a new character, Phil, but this is not going to be a character for you, I promise. This is for newer players of Morrowind that are really, really into the lore. This is a lore through. So we're going to be having long-winded discussions on Morrowind lore and story and history, basically. So this is not one where we're going to be able to cut up and have fun. This is kind of a serious dive here. But we still have that character, and we're going to go back to it for sure. Just right now, I'm trying something different here. Yeah, those characters are still there. Yeah, no, there's not been a significant change in load order, anything that would hurt those characters. So yeah, we're good to go still. We'll sell this. Yeah, ectoplasm. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright. Now we just gotta see if we can get him some more gold, get him to part with some more, chisel him out of some more gold. I want 150, buddy. Yeah. Just like that, man. And that puts us at 582. I would like to go ahead and sell these scrolls if he's got the cash.
I also have a small selection.
And I just don't know if he... Yeah, he's going to have the cash for it.
You want a little advice? That's free. That's all that's free. Would you like to hear about our most popular potions?
Wow, he didn't buy any of this. What, did I hit the wrong button? This goes to show you can play this game a long time and still do stupid stuff. We're going to go ahead and sell these books here. We're going to keep their wedding dowry because that's a fun read and there's a future quest. But we've already pretty much explored the other stuff. So we'll sell that off, the information provided within. That's just general gameplay information. And the rest of this can all go. Yep, that looks like everything. Alright, I got us a much more worthy 360 gold? 360? Xbox 360? Nope. Maybe 350. Yep, I was going to say, you better do 350. Alright, then back to it. We're going to go back in there. And down we go for the third time, and final time, I would suspect. This is probably our last delve. One last time. If you know, you know. Alright, so coming down here, we've already looted this room. So we just got to finish looting here. And then we've got one last chamber, which is the heart of the tomb. Now that's a very good find. Scuttle weighs half a pound and is worth 10 gold each and has a 15 nutrition value, which to compare to bread is exactly the same as bread and weighs the same. So Scuttle and bread, both excellent to have, and the Scuttle actually sells for a really good price. Same with Hackalo. Hackalo is worth 30 gold and weighs a tenth of a pound. So great loot to ratio. So anytime you guys see Hackalo leave, if you see Hackalo or if you see Scuttle, grab that shit in half a minute every time. It's great early game looting. It's an easy way to pick up 100 gold with just a few pieces of that stuff. One of the prettiest flowers in the game, as well as an alchemy ingredient, coat of flowers. You gotta love it. We're not taking no bone meal or grave dust. We're not that kind of guy. We'll take some flowers and chokeweed. Take all that. Cruel Flame Blade. That's pretty nice for us as a short blade user. That one is fire damage 3 to 7 points on touch. We'll probably keep that in the rotation for like Nords. That's pretty nice. Ash Salts, we'll take. Drew Wax, we absolutely taken. Same with Daedra Skin. So right off the bat, right there, that's 300 bucks right there, guys. This is why it's worth looting these places, if you have the morality to do so. Now again, that does impact your morality, right? But worth it. Totally worth it. Alright, we're moving into the final chamber, guys. Let's see what awaits us in here. That's it? Oh, I was saying, one measly ghost? Not a problem at all, man. And there's the wooden plank that was barring this door. There's our shortcut. And just like that, Dark Souls style, we got a shortcut back to the entrance. But before that, it's time to loot. So here's these shrines they were talking about. Here's one to St. Felms. And if you look at the fresco, like you can actually see him. I wish we still had a torch. We'll examine those as time goes on. Mummies are always a good ash salts for preservation. Okay, we got another book. Book of Dawn and Dusk. Let's see what we can learn from this. The Book of Dawn and Dusk is a collection of sayings and aphorisms attributed variously to the tribunals and to their saints and servants. Many of these sayings have become common cliches in everyday life in Morrowind. The following selection of slogans will illustrate many of the simplest notions of the tribunal faithful. So a little bit of a mind into Dunmer believers. Speak none but good of the gods. We can have no opinions about truth. Rumors flow from the house of troubles. Count only the happy hours. No child has a sinner's heart. Let faith be your only law. Fear of the fool is the beginning of wisdom. Almsivi in every hour. Walk always in the presence of your lords. Now that's kind of an allusion to the fact that these are living gods who walk among their people, right? Like these are actual gods that in earlier days you would see just walking among the public. Learn by serving. From the heart, the light. From the heart, or from the head, the law. From the heart, the light. from the head of the law. Blessed Almsevi, mercy, mastery, mystery. Forge a keen faith in the crucible of suffering. Engrave upon thy eye the image of injustice. Death does not diminish, the ghost gilds with glory. Faith conquers all, let us yield to faith. Better to suffer a wrong than to do one. The heavens are in their glory, applaud. Folly secures its power to harm. Though forbidden to some, not to you. Oh, how rarely wisdom rules our hearts. Blessed are we who serve Almsevi. 3 mouths sing mercy, mastery, mystery. Gather no seed in the fields of hell. The thrice sealed house withstands the storm. By breath and blood protect us all. Can ghosts or justice change with time? Consider your end, mortal. Accept grace without limits. Enter the rhapsody of the god poet. That's an allusion to Vivek, one of the 3. Kneel before the teacher's chair. That's an allusion to Sathasil. 3 hands, 3 hearts, 3 eyes. Keep no secret from your judge's scale. Forge darkness into light. Refuse neither brother nor ghost. Blessed Almsevi through birth, life, ghost. So basically you bless Almsevi when you're born, throughout your life, and even as a ghost. And you may wonder how that ties in, because you do see these things called ancestor ghosts and skeletons in these tombs. So you might be thinking, what is that about? Why are these tombs filled with skeletons instead of just the dead, right? It's filled with the undead. This book is alluding to why that is. So even as a ghost, even in death, the faithful serve Almsevi. And there's reasons for that. From glowing ashes, the poet's wrath shall shine. If Vivek is for us, who can stand against us? Fate, monstrous and empty, the whirling wheel of evil. How black my heart, roasting fiercely. So kind of some interesting sayings. And it says here in the book that from that book you can kind of look into the Dunmer people, the character of the Dunmer people. So as you can see, they're a very faithful, very serious people, very pious, very serving of what they consider their hierarchies or betters. And it kind of paints a little bit of a grim, loyal, dedicated, serious picture of the Dunmer as a people. Now, that's only one aspect of the Dunmer. That certainly doesn't cover all aspects of them. But it certainly covers their faith. Now, that's a very good scroll we're going to hold on to. Paralyzed for 5 seconds on touch. And then poison is in damaging endurance and willpower up to 50. That's strong. And we're probably going to need that for a certain dungeon experience we're going to have in the not so distant future. Now, there's an ash statue in this tomb. That's very strange. Why would there be one of those? And what exactly is an ash statue? Well, our character gets a very bad feeling from that ash statue, so we're just gonna leave that there for now. That is something I will tell you, though, that should not be here. You'll notice that offerings often include things that they liked in life. You'll notice that a lot. Things that are useful to them. And we have another book, Ancestors and the Dunmer. So this is going to tell us even more about Dunmer culture. Ancestors and the Dunmer. Remember when we were talking about how the allusion to ghosts and serving the Almsevi in death? Well, this book's going to tell us a little bit about that now. And this is all the first dungeon in the game, guys. Ghosts walk among them. The departed spirits of the Dunmeri, and perhaps those of all races, persist after death. The knowledge and power of departed ancestors benefits the bloodline of Dunmeri houses. The bond between the living family members and immortal ancestors is partly blood, partly ritual, partly volitional. A member brought into the house through marriage binds himself through ritual and oath into the clan and gains communication and benefits from the clan's ancestors. However, his access to the ancestors is less than his offspring, and he retains some access to the ancestors of his own bloodline. So each residence has a family shrine. In poorer homes, it may be no more than a hearth or alcove where family relics are displayed and venerated. In wealthier homes, a room is set aside for the use of the ancestors. The shrine is called the Waiting Door and represents the door to oblivion. Here, the family members pay their respects to their ancestors through sacrifice and prayer, through oaths sworn upon duties, and through reports on the affairs of the family. In return, the family may receive information, training, and blessings from that family's ancestors. The ancestors are thus the protectors of the home, and especially the precincts of the Waiting Door. Now notice how that ties in. When I selected a Dunmer, when I selected a Dark Elf as my player class, I gained an ability called Ancestral Guardian, and part of what that does is summon an ancestral ghost, as well as make me harder to hit. So that's an ancestor watching over me as a Dunmer. So it ties into gameplay, guys. So now we have the Ghost Fence, and this is where things get really interesting. It is a family's most solemn duty to make sure their ancestors' remains are interred properly in a city of the dead such as Necrom. Here, the spirits draw comfort from one another against the chill of the mortal world. However, as a sign of great honor and sacrifice, an ancestor may grant that part of his remains be retained to serve as part of a ghost fence protecting the clan's shrine and family precincts. Such an arrangement is often part of the family member's will, that a knucklebone shall be saved out of his remains and incorporated with solemn magic and ceremony into a clan ghost fence. In more exceptional cases, an entire skeleton or even a preserved corpse may be bound into a ghost fence. These remains become a beacon and focus for ancestral spirits, and for the spirit of the remains in particular. The more remains used to make a ghost fence, the more powerful the fence is. And the most powerful mortals in life have the most powerful remains. The Great Ghost Fence, created by the Tribunal to hold back the Blight, and we're going to get into what that is later, guys. But remember that, moving forward, incorporates the bones of many heroes of the temple and of the houses in Doril and Redoran who dedicated their spirits to the temple and clan as their surrogate families. The Ghost Fence also contains bones taken from the catacombs of Necrom and the many battlefields of Morrowind. So there is a Great Ghost Fence that is used to contain something that is known as the Blight. Something really bad. And they literally offer their own mortal remains, and in some cases, even their souls, to power this fence to protect the Dunmer people and their own ancestors from what? And I guess that's what we'll be looking into here. The Mortal Chill. Spirits do not like to visit the mortal world, and they do so only out of duty and obligation. Spirits tell us that the other world is more pleasant, or at least more comfortable for spirits than our real world, which is cold, bitter, and full of pain and loss. There's also things called mad spirits. Spirits that are forced to remain in our world against their will may become mad spirits or ghosts. Now, some of these spirits are bound to this world because of some terrible circumstances of their death, or because of some powerful emotional bond to a person, place, or thing. These are called hauntings, which are your typical ghost stories. Some spirits are captured and bound to enchanted items by wizards. If the binding is involuntary, the spirit usually goes mad. A willing spirit may or may not retain its sanity, depending on the strength of the spirit and the wisdom of the enchanter. So there's some grisly lore for you. All enchantments are the bound souls of some living thing. So if you have an enchanted piece of equipment, there is a soul that powers that binding. that enchantment, which is, ooh. Some spirits are bound against their wills to protect family shrines. This unpleasant fate is reserved for those who have not served the family faithfully in life. Dutiful and honorable ancestral spirits often aid in the capture and binding of wayward spirits. These spirits usually go mad and make terrifying guardians. They are ritually prevented from harming mortals of their clans, but that does not necessarily discourage them from mischievous or peevish behavior. They are exceedingly dangerous for intruders, and that's kind of what we fought with the skeletons, right? At the same time, if an intruder can penetrate the spirit's madness and play upon the spirit's resentment of his own clan, the angry spirits may be manipulated. So, a little bit on Oblivion. The existence of Oblivion. So, Oblivion is another realm, and that every Daedra has their own realm version of Oblivion. But basically, those are outer realms, guys. Think if you're Dungeons and Dragons fans, think the outer realms, right? Is acknowledged by all Tamriel cultures, but there is little agreement on the nature of that other world, other than that it is a place where the Aedra and Daedra live, and that communication and travel are possible between this world and Oblivion through magic and ritual. The Dunmer do not emphasize the distinction between this world and Oblivion, as do the human cultures of Tamriel. They regard our world and the other world as a whole, with many paths from one end to another, rather than two separate worlds of different natures, with distinct borders. This philosophical viewpoint may account for the greater affinity of elves for magic and its practices. So here's a foreign look on views of Dunmeri ancestor worship. The Altmeri and Bosmeri cultures also venerate their ancestors, but only by respecting the orderly and blissful passage of these spirits from this world to the next. That is, Wood Elves and High Elves believe it is cruel and unnatural to encourage the spirits of the dead to linger in our world, again because of that mortal chill we read about, right? Even more grotesque and repugnant is the display of the bodily remains of ancestors in ghost fences and ash pits. The presentation of finger bones in a family shrine, for example, is sacrilegious to the Bosmer, who eat their dead, and barbaric to the Altmer, who inter their dead. The human cultures of Tamriel are ignorant and fearful of dark elves in their culture, considering them to be inhuman and evil like orcs and Argonians, but more sophisticated. A little bit of racism there, but the human populations of Tamriel associate Dunmeri ancestor worship and spirit magic with necromancy. In fact, this association of the dark elves with necromancy is at least partially responsible for the dark reputation of Dunmer throughout Tamriel. So it tells you a little bit about the Dunmer. Overall, the Dunmer are kind of viewed with a little bit of suspicion in terms of how they act, right? So that's something else to keep in mind as well, guys, is that when it comes to the Dunmer, it looks like they do have a little bit of a foul reputation abroad because of some of these religious practices. This is generally an ignorant misconception, which is acknowledged by the author that, hey, that's ignorant. Not all Dunmer, right? Not all. For necromancy outside of acceptable clan rituals is a most abhorrent abomination in the eyes of the Dunmer. The Dark Elves would never think of practicing sorcerous necromancy upon any Dark Elf or upon the remains of any elf. However, Dark Elves consider the human and orcish races to be little more than animals. There is no injunction against necromancy upon such remains, or on the remains of any animal, bird, or insect. Now, imperial policy officially recognizes the practices of Dunmeri ancestor veneration and spirit magic as a religion, and protects their freedom to pursue such practices so long as they do not threaten the security of the Empire. Privately, though, most imperial officials and traders believe that Dark Elf's ancestor worship and displays of remains are barbaric and even necromantic. So now a word on Telvanni necromancy. So the Telvanni, like the Halalu we talked about earlier, the Telvanni are one of the great houses of Morrowind. So they're one of the 5 great clans that govern most of the country, right? The Telvanni are adept masters of necromancy. They do not, however, practice necromancy upon the remains of dark elves. Saint Telvanni regards such practices with loathing and righteous anger. They do practice necromancy upon the remains of animals and upon the remains of humans, orcs, and Argonians, who are technically no more than animals in Morrowind. Publisher's note: this book was written by an unknown scholar as a guide for foreign visitors to Morrowind shortly after the armistice was signed. Many of these practices have since fallen into disfavor. The most obvious changes are those regarding the practice of necromancy and the Great Ghost Fence. So that at the end of the book comes a disclaimer to say that this was written right after Tiber Septim signed the armistice with the Tribunal. Right? Dunmer today regard necromancy among any of the accepted races as an abomination. So now they don't practice necromancy on outsiders, right? So that's the modern Dunmer. With the vast majority of ancestors' remains now going to strengthen the Great Ghost Fence around the mountain of Dagoth-Ur, there are very few clan ghost fences in Morrowind remaining. The temple discourages such practices among the houses as selfish. The upkeep of family tombs and private waiting doors has now also fallen into disfavor, as very few remains have been buried in these tombs and shrines since the armistice. In recent years, most Dunmer venerate a small portion of their ancestors' remains kept in a local temple, not their homes, and most Dunmer remains go to the Ghost Fence, not the ancestral tombs. So what this tells you guys is this is a very, 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 very old tomb that pre-exists some of the problems of the Blight and whatever else that Morrowind and the Tribunal and the Temple are trying to keep captured and bound in the center of Red Mountain. So this is kind of an outdated book by an unknown scholar, essentially. And if we look at the person who wrote it, there's no authorial intent. So very interesting to kind of look at what the Dunmer used to be like in their practices, but it looks like that's long fallen out of favor. And instead, it looks like they now favor taking the souls and remains of their dead to the Ghost Fence to bind some unknown horror. So it looks like we've got an unknown explorer here that looks like he fell to the Guardians that we just read about. Ooh, a black tourmaline. So a jewel, a very interesting jewel. We've got a Triune coin. Now, Triune coins is one of the currencies that pre-existed the coming of the Empire. So along with drams, that's one of the currencies that the Dunmer used to trade with. And it still has value in trade because some Dunmer still trade with drams and Triune coins. Very cool stuff. Alright, so all that is left here is to explore the center platform and take our prize. Find out exactly what that prize may be. Ash salts we'll take, that's just a preserver. Triune coin. Alrighty, we have here the Silver Short Sword of Repentance. Now check this out, guys. Absorb health 3 points on strike. Restore health 2 points on strike. Every time you hit with this weapon, it's a 5 HP swing. Now that's the kind of healing item we want right there. This sword will be one of our mainstay weapons through the early game. We'll also take the adornments. And this is a dignified corpse, so this is one of the revered ancestors. Naturally, because we have the morals of an alley cat, as previously discussed, we're going to rob him. Keeping in mind that these tombs aren't upkept anymore, which explains why there's no guards, it explains why there's just mad spirits roaming, it explains the decrepit nature of them. They don't keep these tombs up anymore because the current dead all get carted off to Necrum to be fused into some kind of a ghost fence. very fucking cool, I gotta say. And that's it. We've just learned a whole lot in this one starting tomb. We have learned a ton about Dunmer burial rituals, Dunmer faith, Dunmer religion, Dunmer belief structure, and the nature of the Dunmer people. In just one tomb dive. And we are weighed down by the burdens of our larceny. Just so you know, Eldefier,
You have something to say.
I do have something to say to you. You were wrong. Adam Asardis is not behind the Silstrider port. That's a Dunmer tomb. You sent me to the wrong dungeon, lady. But that's okay. Because we got a whole lot out of that experience.
Welcome to Ariel's Trade House. I barter for
Hi, Errol.
coin. I also have a small selection of spells for sale. No credit. You want a little advice?
He's going to be running pretty short on gold at this point. No, he's got 800 gold again, so he reset, which is good.
Our most popular scrolls.
So let's see, a dram is worth... Oh, so a dram is worth almost nothing. And that's probably because he's an Outlander. So we'll save that. We're not going to give you... You're not going to give me 0 gold for something, dude. How about Triune coins? They're worth a little bit more. Yeah. Ah, fuck it. We'll sell the religious books. We're not going to put those on a shelf to read later. Those were just world flavoring. I'm keeping my Century Quama egg. That's really, really cool. Oh, got some bone meal in there. Didn't mean to take that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Now we're at 500 already. Oh my goodness. We made out like bandits. Because we are. Are we gonna clear him? Are we gonna clear him out, dude? We're close. We're keeping that scroll. That scroll's really good. Yeah, Drath's Soul Rod is nice. Hashem? Ah, we can sell the Flame Blade. I don't really care about it. We can sell it. And we're gonna ask for the full 800 gold on this one. That's really nice. Beautiful. Okie dokie. I'd say that was we're at almost 2,000 gold. We're not even out of the starter city yet. I would say we're doing pretty good. And it's only noon. So, real quick, I'll be right back, guys. This won't take long. I've just got... grab my food and I'll return. Phil says, I'm going to hop in the shower, but look forward to 4:30. Dev says he will check out Ardenfell stream out. Much excite. Cool. Cool beans, man. Thanks for copping in, man. Ardenfell's going to be fun. I really like Morrowind. I expect I'll really like Ardenfell. Hey, buddy. Well, yeah, I'm here about that job. About that job you offered.
Are you interested in jobs like that? Not afraid of getting caught, are you?
Not at all. What you got for me?
I need someone who can open a lock without being seen and fetch a book for me. You in?
I'm in. Let's fetch a book.
There's a logbook in the Census and Excise warehouse here in Seyda Neen. There's at least 2 copies of it. One is always kept upstairs, and that one will be harder to steal. There should be another one near the storage area. Fetch it, bring it back to me, and I'll make it worth your time.
Hey, welcome back, Moscow. Okay, so Ralph Ladd is offered us to steal a book from the Census and Excise warehouse. Now, here's the fun part of this. I already have this book. Already got it. I just don't know it yet. Remember that key we took when at the start of the stream from Celis Gravius' office because he was a little bit negligent? Well, that key opens up the Census and Excise warehouse door. So that gets us a lot of the way home. And because we have the key, we can walk in like we're an official on business from like Sociutius, and nobody's the wiser. Okay. Well, and there's our shipping log right there. And we'll take it. And we'll get out of here, but it looks like I might be stuck. So, oops. So we're going to have to do a little bit of a toggle collision. So, fun fact, if you need to get out of a situation like getting stuck, which can happen sometimes, just TCL, guys. You open up the console by hitting the button below escape, and then you just you put in TCL for toggle collision. But while we're here, let's see if we can't find our way into some other fun places. Nope. There we are. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a place. We've got a free place to sleep now, chat. So, while not in gold, that does pay off in other ways. And then that goes into the Census and Excise. We have a... Yep, so there's medium armor. So we're going to go ahead and steal that. Imperial short sword, and that's all we can get. And for some reason, moon sugar, which we don't have a source to sell moon sugar yet to. And our reel is capped, so we're not going to steal anymore. Except for that helmet, because we could use it. But in the future, we'll be back to that warehouse to steal some more stuff. Yeah, we're at 6 armor, which isn't too bad for considering what we've been up to.
Welcome to Ariel's Trade House. I barter for goods or coin. I also have a small selection of spells.
Oh wait, we're not talking. I don't need you.
You want a little advice? That's free.
You don't have any money for me. We're done with you for a while. We need Raflad.
How are you doing with those jobs I gave you?
Got the book.
Did you find it?
I did.
Well, here's your share. I know someone who really wants this book. No, I don't know why. I didn't ask. Let me know if you got more jobs. Here, look for it when I always say. This one has a lesson for you.
Well, buddy, I preferred gold, but I guess that works. So, since we're working together, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I'm Raflad the Braggart. I do a little of this, a little of that.
Yeah, little dicey. I get it. Got any rumors for me?
A friend of mine says you have to visit the House of Earthly Delights in Suran.
And advice?
Always study your target, and take a good inventory of what he has before attempting to steal anything. If he has his eye on that shiny silver claymore, he won't notice you pocketing a few tarnished throwing stars.
Huh. Interesting. All right, we're gonna put you away for now, and we'll come back to you later. Because there's another task we've got to also explore. So Ariel also gave us directions to Adamasardis, but gave different directions than Elderfire. He said it's to the west of town, along the cliffs that way. So we're going to try that next. That's going to be our next destination. And we've also got a book to read before we head out, which is cool. I guess we better put some of the loot up, because our character cannot afford to be carting anything we don't need. Not at these fucking speeds. So before we do anything, we're gonna go put loot away in our new home for now.
Keep moving.
This is going to be our home while we're here. So this is going to be a book. Next time we rest, we're going to read this book, which is a really good one. It's another one of my favorites. We might as well get the level up, though. Security, which is one of our skills, which is good. And I'm going to set this book using a mod called Perfect Placement. There we go. Just like that. Look at that. I dig it. We'll go ahead and put our highly luxurious, delicious, wrapped century kwama egg in the bowl here. Something to chow on. Backup silver short sword, because those are always useful. We'll keep there. This family short saber, too, I really like. What's the speed capacity? Speed 120. Speed 2, yeah. So, basically, 120 is not that fast for a short. So, yeah, honestly, these short swords are better. Gotta pay attention to your weapon speed, guys. And the glass dart, which is just going to be part of the treasure hoard. Too precious to get rid of. Too precious. And I'm a sucker for jewels. We like our shinies. And always good to reserve for potential future wealth if something were to happen. And there puts us at 93, so that gives us much more room to loot. Much less times having to cart back and forth between Seyda Neen. Always got to keep an eye on the encumbrances. And damn it, I about did it again, but didn't get stuck that time, thankfully. There we go. Already at 6 athletics, so we're making beautiful, beautiful gains. And now we're going to head into the wilderness surrounding Seyda Neen, the Bitter Coast, in search of these bandits that everybody's been complaining about. Now, he said to the west of town, toward the cliffs. So what you want to do, guys, is you want to look at your map and make sure you're going west. You are. And you want to head toward these cliffs like he told you. And that's how you use these kind of cues in order to locate where the fuck you're going. Now this, guys, is called a Quama Forager. Now remember when we talked about Quama eggs, and you've seen Quama eggs in the item descriptions? These guys are part of that ecosystem, the Quamas are. That's a Quama Forager. Now what the Quama Foragers do is they leave egg burrows and they look for other places to establish a Quama nest. If they find one, then they start to dig, and they set pheromones out. So they have a whole ecosystem, which we'll be discussing once we finally run into one of these egg mines. And they are very, very valuable to the people of Vardenfell and Morrowind as a whole. Now this here is another enemy, which is usually the first enemy encountered, and that's a mud crab. And they're worthless. Just know, they are worthless. They have crab meat, and they die if you look at them funny. They are of no concern. I gotta pull chat. Has anybody ever been killed by a mud crab? Even on accident? Anybody? That would be very fun. That'd make for a very funny story, if you will. What the... And now a third enemy. This is a slaughterfish. They are a pain in the ass. Nobody likes them. Not even other slaughterfish. If you so much as step a toe into the waters around Vardenfell, you will have to fight the entire slaughterfish population of the island. We do not like them. They don't really do any damage, but they are a real nuisance and a problem. So the Bitter Coast has unusual fungal mushrooms. It's got some fungus growth on the treetops themselves and has these very tall mangrove-like trees that I love. Very cool, unique place. And oh, what have we here? Trying to hide with some of the moss. Animasartus. Since we're fucking around with our first real enemies, we're going to take a rest and we're going to equip the dire frost arrows for now. Or you know what? I don't think we need dire frost arrows for that. I can think of other guys we might need the dire frost arrows for. So we'll just stick with old iron arrows for now. Now, one thing you want to do is you want to keep an eye on your fatigue gauge, because if you run out of fatigue, all of your attacks hit 50%. Everything you do has a 50% roll against it, basically. It's not good. Very not good. So you want to try to keep that as high as you can. In we go. These guys think they're clever and smart, but they're not. We'll take that arrow back. And we've got a key. Take that dagger out of her hand in case I didn't quite kill her. So these guys are what you would consider amateur bandits that have set up. Bandits and smugglers. They've got somebody not looking watch outside. Instead, they've tried to cleverly disguise the outside so you don't see it. And they've got a fire going in a cave, which, honest to God, is probably a bad idea. I'm shocked she hasn't smoked herself out of the cave. Very stupid. I don't see anywhere for that smoke to go, lady. Very dumb. And we got another ne'er-do-well here. Now, this guy is pretty infamous amongst people who are initiated into Morrowind. He is a guy that can actually give you a lot of problems early on because he is a spellcaster. And he's going to try to make our life miserable with spells. Too bad that I have a very good ranged attack right off the bat. But if he comes up and hits you, he's going to hit you with a 1-2 punch. The first thing he's going to cast on you, Melar Baram, his name is he's going to hit you with a weakness to magicka spell, followed by a Daedric's bite spell that does 25 to 50 damage. And with the weakness to magicka means it's going to do even more than that. So he can kill you very, very quickly for early game characters. We always like to take care of him right off the bat, and since he's the wizard, we assume him to be the leader. Although we might make the assumption that this lady here is actually the leader because of her last name, which I will point out when we get to her. And that was flawless, chat. We didn't take a single bit of damage throughout this whole dungeon. So this lady's name, she has a very interesting last name, which will actually lead us to make a connection, potentially, with who is funding this operation. Her name is Mulvisi Othril. Oh, never mind. That's not this lady. Yep, never mind. I'm a dum-dum. That's a false connection. I thought there was an Enith in here, but maybe not. Maybe it's the lady up top. Alright, we got our first must-take moon sugar. We don't really care about these cups. And we got something called skooma. And this is going to let us talk about the illegal drug trade here in Vardenfell. So every once in a while on your journeys, you're going to come across substances called moon sugar and skooma. And you previously saw I had a Dwemer too, right? So these are all things that are outlawed in trade by the Empire. Dwemer items are all property of the Crown. And illegal narcotics like moon sugar and skooma, which is a distilled version of moon sugar, are items that are illegal for trade because of the detrimental effect they have on the population. It's war on drugs, basically. So you can't sell these because of a mod I have called the Buying Game. You can't actually sell any of these items unless they're illicit characters in and of themselves. Think Thieves Guild, think smugglers, think Kimona Tong. That's who will buy these kind of items. You'll also notice that the key we picked up top is called the Adamasardis Slave Key. Now, why would that be called a slave key? Well, you guys are in for it later. Now, when you explore underwater, you have a breath gauge, and when that runs out, your health bar starts to be damaged. Of course, we're also swimming at half the speed of snail because of our athletics sucks in this playthrough. The most out-of-shape soldier in the history of soldiering. I don't want to waste the enchantment on this fucking rat, so we're just going to stab it to death with a kite and dagger. And that worked good enough. Alrighty. Okay. There's a thief ring somewhere here. I think it might be in this pile. Yep, there it is. Nope, let's rather pauldron. I might not be able to see it without a torch, but there is a thief ring somewhere in here. Oh, there's the torch right there. Perfect timing. The mod might have removed it, but in one of these piles, let's go back to the other one real quick. There's usually a thief ring for us somewhere. Nope, doesn't look like it here. Alright. But in vanilla, there's a thief ring. In one of those piles. And in a rare piece of actual Skyrim-style dungeon design, Adamus Artis, being one of your first dungeons, treats you very nicely and actually loops you all the way around again, which is very nice of it. Now, you will not have that in most Morrowind dungeons, I'll warn you guys right now. Most dungeons don't have that level of loop around. They just don't. We're also now far enough away from town where we have to start making some decisions on what we loot because of weight. And so we're going to start doing that now, too. So we're not going to... This is the first dungeon, because it's not close proximity to town, that we're not going to take everything. First time you're going to see me act like that. Oh shit, did I ruin my torch? I did. Fuck. So I wonder what kind of story this is to tell, but that's a fishing pole. We are going to take that, because that's going to be a very, very important item to us later as we start to look into Ashfall, which is one of the mods we're going to show off. That's our free fishing pole. We'll also take the contents of this chest. But I often wonder what the story behind this is right here. Like, did he go fishing and just drown accidentally? He had his picnic basket, his fishing pole, he had his sidearm. And then maybe dove down there to try to find treasure and died? But why did he take his picnic basket? Why did he swim with his picnic lunch with him? I don't know, man. But I do know we have one last thing that we want to take a look at here. Kidnapped people?
You want something?
Do you have the key to these bracers? Will you let me go free? That's right, guys. Slavery is legal in Morrowind. You have the key. Will you let me go free? I will. Yes, Badargo is free. You are a good friend of Badargo. Let me go free? Yep, you may go free. And you?
Do you have the key to these bracers? Will you let me go free?
I shall.
Do you have the key? Will you let me go free?
So why is there slavery here? Because in the armistice that the Empire signed with Morrowind as part of their incorporation into the Empire, one of the things that was allotted to them was their practice of keeping slaves. And that is something we are absolutely going to explore more as time goes on. Now, why are smugglers smuggling slaves if it's legal? Well, because it's illegal to take slaves from outside of Morrowind. And those are probably slaves of other provinces, being Khajiit and Argonian, that were not born in Morrowind in chattel slavery. That would be my speculation as to why you see that. I don't know. It's just speculation, but that's what I've always assumed kind of my headcanon is. For why are you smuggling something that's legal? Same reason you also see alcohol and weapons. Because part of it is to avoid the Imperial tax as well. But that's only one of a couple of brush-ups with slavery we're going to have on this playthrough. I mean, even here in Seyda Neen, we're gonna brush up against slavery a couple of times. So it is 7 p.m., so we're getting close to bed-bye time for our character. He's very thirsty, so we're going to take a swig. And he's peckish, so we're also going to eat some bread. Alrighty. What is that over there? Well, besides the Quama being a pain, we've also spotted a dead body. The body of one Processus Vitellius. Now, unusually, he wasn't robbed. And it looked like he had taxes he'd collected, it looks like, based on his tax records. With a few individuals, some of which we know. We've met Elderfire, we've met Fargoth. We haven't met Finemouth yet. Vidunius took off, it looks like, before he could have to pay his drakes. He's gone, he left town. And then a Foreign Gilneth. So, very interesting that we find that body there, and it sets up a little bit of a mystery. You see, if you ask around town in the latest rumors, one of the scuttlebutt going around town is that he's been missing. And on the notice board at Aril's Trade House, there is a plea from the Lighthouse keeper that we also know, Vendrano, to please find her lover. And we're going to get into this mystery right now. Now, we haven't talked to Larry Helvey yet. But let's ask about rumors real quick.
Have you noticed, for all its proclamations about protecting the rights of property and preserving royal honor, the Imperial Legion does little enough to capture and prosecute that. That's a bit hypocritical.
And there, see, notice right there that they're talking about slavery right there. About how the Empire doesn't do anything to capture abolitionists. So, once again, we see slavery come up with the population. Fargoth still looking over his ring, standing watch. Someone stole from me again? They're all against me, Vernus Davris, but not you, right? You're my friend. I know it. Someone needs to clean up this town. Someone needs to stand up to these bullies. I need someone to tell them. Fargoth says hello. Well, Fargoth, we're busy right now, buddy, but I'm looking into something. So another rumor we pick up is, at first, it seems like the fuss about the Nerevarine prophecy was just silly superstition. But then I learned that the Dunmer have been waiting for Lord Nerevar to come back for centuries. The Incarnate, they call it. Every few years an Ashlander appears, and the tribes call him an Incarnate. Then the temple goes out, hunts him down, and reveals him as a fake. Why does the temple worry so much about it? So, a lot of this stuff is not much we can put together. We know that Nerevar was a saint from the books we've read. We know that the temple is one of the powers here in Morrowind. But we don't know much about what Ashlanders are yet, or their tribes, or this whole thing about the Incarnate. So what is all that? Well, I'm sure we'll find out eventually. In the meantime, let's talk to our good quote-unquote friend, who we've stolen from again. And let's ask him about the murder of Processus. Found his body, huh? Well, it's up to you what you do with that information. I suppose the Sosucia Sergala at the Census and Exus office would be the one to tell, if that's your inclination. Okay? And the guards are like rushing down to kill that little fish. And it looks like they just did it, which is funny. And I'll show you that if you go in here to the notice board, there is a notice to bring any information you have for the missing tax collector to Sosucia herself. And we saw that here. Public notice, trade house notice, note from Thaver. There it is. Please, I beseech anyone's help. My dear friend and lover, Processus Vitellius, has disappeared. He is a tax collector for the Census and Exus office here in Seyda Neen. I want to pray that he will be found alive and well. If you have any information, please relay it to either Sosucius or Gala or myself. Thaver Vendrano, keeper of the Grand Pharos of Seyda Neen. And keep in mind that Dunmer is the Lighthouse keeper because that is a House Halalu affiliated thing, not an Imperial structure. That was a Dunmer structure. It was here even before the Imperials landed in Seyda Neen. So that makes sense. But let's go have a chat with Sosucius about his missing tax collector, shall we? Yes. Can you tell me about Morrowind? What is your take on this place? You'll have to speak up, buddy. We're having a hard time hearing you. Murder of Processus, though. Tell us about that.
Murder? Processus was a good man. I've been wondering why we hadn't heard from him in a few days. Still, these are dangerous times we live in, and these sorts of things will happen. Did you happen to find the tax collector? I need some counts, but I do have a job.
Found 200 septums on his body.
You did? How odd that he was murdered but not robbed.
Your honesty is appreciated, I can tell you that. I won't forget this. In fact, if you're looking for some money for yourself, I'd like to see the murderer of Processus punished. Killing an emperor's tax collector is punishable by death. Find his murderer, bring him to justice, and the census and excise office will pay you 500 septums.
500 septums. I'm on it, man.
Hope you'll bring that murderer to justice soon.
Let's do it. So I guess we'll start our investigation by looking at this tax record and talking to the people who didn't pay the taxes. So we've already talked to Fargoth. Let's talk to Elderfire. She owes 130 drakes. She's walking away. Look at her. Hello again. Ernest Davros, yes, I can probably help you. Are you looking for services in Seyda Neen? Hey, by the way, I killed those bandits you were mad about in Adamasartus. They're dead. But right now I'm looking for a murderer. Someone finally got him, huh? Well, it's no surprise, I suppose. No one likes a tax collector, especially one who flaunts his wealth while taking our hard-earned cash. Only one who could stomach him at all was the Vare over at the Lighthouse. The two of them spent some time together. Shame, really. She seemed like a nice woman. Well, we're not going to talk to the Vare yet, because that's... I don't suspect her of the murder. Who else do we have? So, Fargoth is too cowardly. He didn't do it. Elderfire is resentful, but I don't think she did it. Next up, Vidunius Nudius has skipped town. He's gone. So that's going to leave Finemouth and Thorn Gilneth. Let's take a look and talk to Finemouth real quick.
The 9 and the Emperor.
And by the way, just so everybody knows, you can find the murderer doing exactly what I'm doing. Less thematically, by a process of elimination and just talking to suspects about the murder. You can do that. You can. Here's Finemouth Shack.
Pray, approach it.
Or you can do it by going and talking to people who knew him and might have some information for you. So it's very open-ended how you do this.
Have you entered my hut, stranger? As you see, I have nothing of value.
Well, I'm here to ask about something else for now.
Wish.
The murder of Processus. Nope, same attitude as Ariel, so... Maybe if we offer aid, we can get him to open up.
As you see, I have nothing of value. If you are sincere, if you are not only here, I know someone who is left in the dark. One who is even poorer than I speak of Skycrest.
Well, tell me, what's going on with Skycrest?
Skycrest came to visit me back at the beginning of Summer's Height. He brought a bottle of shame, and we spoke of happier times.
Okay.
I was out hunting fish when I saw a message carved in a tree. It said Skycrest was captured by slavers and was being taken to an island hideout west of here. If you find Skycrest and rescue him, I have nothing to offer but my gratitude.
That'll be the next thing on my agenda. Again, I take one job at a time.
Maybe on an island west of here. I know little else. There are many islands west of here, with caves and tombs. The
Okay.
slavers may be hiding in one of them.
We'll do our best to find your friend. But once again, we see us button up against that slavery. You guys see?
You may speak.
Alrighty. Well, we've narrowed it down. There's only one person left to talk to that may have done this, and that would be Thorn Gilneth. But before we talk to him, now I would like to go talk to Thaver at the Lighthouse. See what she can tell us. That way we have as much information as possible before I levy my accusation.
Sure, go ahead.
We found Processus. Wow, your character is moving so slow. Yes, the Cave Reaper, I just got out of prison. He's got a withered old body. His skills and his mind are still very sharp, though.
Processus murdered. No, tell me it's not so. He was the gentlest man I've ever met. He and I had become so close in the past few months. I don't know what I will do without him. I've only seen him get angry once or twice and never raised a hand to anyone. This is so sad.
Who did you see him get angry with?
Well, not even angry, I suppose. I saw him arguing once with Foreign Gilneth about his taxes. He thought Processus had been levying too much and skimming off the top for himself. Ridiculous! Processus wouldn't have done such a thing, I'm sure of it. Please find out what happened, friend. And if you find out what became of Processus's ring, it would ease my heart.
He gave you a ring?
I gave him the ring many months ago, and it was dear to him. I would like it to remember him by.
I will, if I find it, I will honor that.
I still can't believe he's gone.
So it looks like Foreign Gilneth may be our guy. So we're going to go have a talk with Foreign. It's 9 p.m. This will probably be the last thing we do for today. Then we've got to rescue Skycrest. But as you can see, Seyda Neen is a great microcosm for the game at large. So you can see once again that tension between the Imperials and the natives blowing into open violence here. Just let me catch my breath for a moment here, Forn. And then we'll talk. Now, Foreign Gilneth, it may be, common for adventurers to huff and puff their way into this place and do this with a 0 stamina bar. It's the worst idea you can do, chat. Worst idea you can do if you're new to Morrowind. Because this guy is a puncher. And if you know anything about punches, it doesn't damage health, not at first. It damages stamina. But once the stamina bar is gone, and you're knocked down, health starts to get damaged, and you can literally get stun locked into a punch stun lock until you're dead. So, old initiated Morrowind advice, Morrowboomer advice to the new uninitiated Morrowind fan: have the full stamina bar as much as possible when you have fights. It's very important. Hello, Foreign. Tell me about yourself. You're a commoner. Tell me about the Dunmer people.
We are the dark-skinned, red-eyed, elven people of Morrowind. The Westerners call us Dark Elves, but we prefer to call ourselves Dunmer.
Well, we gotta talk about Processus, buddy.
That fetcher? You're damn right I did him in. And a good thing, too. He was stealing a load of money from all of us honest people, overcharging us on our taxes and keeping the difference for himself. He was always flaunting his money around, showing off his new clothes and jewels. So, I killed the bastard and left his body out there to rot, with all his ill-begotten gold still on him.
Sounds like I got my guy, then.
You're one of them, huh? Come to kill me? Well, give it your best shot.
It's a job, homie.
No problem spilling more of the blood of the Emperor's lackeys. You...
And there it is. For the first time, we have been called an Inwa. And sure enough, there's the evidence. He had Processus's ring on his body. All right, and we'll be back to claim the rest of your stolen goods, which are now forfeit, once Auril gets some more money tomorrow. In the meantime, let's go see about that gold and then give Thaver her ring back. A tragedy born of misunderstanding between two parties. Again, this entire town is a great microcosm for the tension between the Empire and the people it rules that you'll see throughout the rest of the game. I've solved the murder, sir.
I heard you had been asking around about his murder. Glad to see this matter brought to its completion. Here's your reward. Good to see there are still some citizens who understand their loyalty to our Emperor.
Well, before we go, let's go ahead and give him his taxes back. He'll need that to do his job. And it makes for some good cluttering in this place. Alright, we'll give the ring to the Thaver. Hopefully this will allow her to focus on her lighthouse keeping, which is very important. Help her deal with her grief a little bit. And then we will turn in, and that's going to probably do it for this particular stream. Now, in about a half hour, I'm going to be back on with an exciting new game, guys. I'm going to be playing the Ardenfall demo, and I believe the devs are going to be in there with us too, that you can chat and ask the devs questions if you want. But we're going to be previewing Ardenfall, which is a game that's due out later this year. And I think that's going to be a good time. So if you guys want to join me there, I'll be live in a half hour with that. Phil One Up Collects is going to be on there with me, as well as Moscow Master is going to be on there with me. So we'll talk about Lightwood later. Here's the ring back you asked for.
Oh, you found the ring I gave you. Thank you so much. It's good to have something to remember it by, though I'll never see you again. Here, take this. He usually traveled with a couple when he was doing his job, but he didn't this last time. If only he had.
I'm so sorry. We will be back to talk about Lightwood and the function of the lighthouse, but that'll be a stream for another day. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to turn in. And hopefully by the time we wake up tomorrow, we'll be able to offload some of this loot because, yeah, as Cave Reaper says, man, this old man is ass slow when he's got any loot on him at all. We're going to have to get that athletics trained up. But again, athletics takes care of itself pretty well. That's why we didn't choose it this time. Oh wait, we've got free lodgings. What? We're not going to pay 10 gold. We're not paying you for lodgings. Not anymore. We got 2 free houses now. Yeah, but I'm not sleeping with a dead guy in the room. Poor Fargoth, he still can't get over that. Man. That loss of his gold. Sorry, dude. Tough break. Oh, wait. Wrong place. Wrong place. Getting kind of punchy, kind of slow and stupid now that it's late night. Getting tired. Yeah, our house is here. Alright guys, well that'll do it. Next time we'll finish our exploration of Seyda Neen. We've got a few mysteries about the the town that we need to solve first. We need to discuss how Seyda Neen gets its food. We need to still discuss where its water comes from. We'll dive a little bit deeper into the illicit smuggling and slave trade that plagues the Bitter Coast as a whole. And we'll also look at how the Lighthouse is powered. Those are all things that we'll explore next about Seyda Neen. And then last but not least, we'll also talk a little bit about why the town and the opportunity that so many colonists thought were going to be rife within Seyda Neen, why that dried up, where those opportunities actually went, and why the town isn't the successful boom that Vidunius thought when he arrived. So we've got a few other mysteries to carve back for Seyda Neen. We've got most of them checked off. So later tonight, after the Ardenfall stream, we'll get back onto this. We'll finish exploring Seyda Neen. We might dive into Pelagian a little bit more, or Vivek. It's really going to depend. We got a couple of directions we can choose from here. And I really want to explore the deep lore of Vivek City. I think that would be that's probably where I'm leaning. But we'll see. We'll just see. All right, take care, guys. I'm going to save one last time for good measure, because you never know with this game. Boom. We're going to sleep. We made it just to 11, which is our good sleep hour. That gets us up at 6 a.m. Well rested. And we will start again later tonight. Take care, everybody. See you later, fam.